way he's gonna cut you down, taking over. He can ride, he can shoot, don't take nothing from nobody. Oh, he's black, bad, scared of nothing. Yeah, he's so bad, they call him boss. He's a boss, boss nigga. He's so bad, they call him boss. He's a boss, boss nigga.
Shout out to all of the archive channels that suffer and get banned because of my content decisions, chat. Unlike certain other streamers, I don't sit here pondering, what would work best for the YouTube channel, chat. I simply show the poo-poo pee-pee diaper pedophile arrest, and I get my own archive channels banned. I do play boss nigga on my stream, and I do say the N-word, but don't worry, chat, because guess what? Someone was generous enough to contact the NAACP on my behalf, and this was sent in to our P.O. box by the NAACP, granting me a permanent Nword Pass. So I don't want to hear it. I'm properly licensed, chat. I do have the Nword license, so I can say whatever the fuck I want. I'm American. So I have finally... It took me a while to get settled and comfy in my nice trailer, chat, but I have finally reinvested into my streams. I have bought a ridiculous amount of very expensive audio treatment stuff, and I'm not even done. So I just would like a genuine feedback. Is everything sounding fine? Is the echo gone? Is the mic sounding good? Was my tireless effort over this week? You have no idea how much fucking work I put into trying to make things sound good. Okay, it sounds much worse. You sound gay as usual. It sucks. You sound gayer than usual. You sound sick. Beautiful. Okay, better and clearer. Yes, sounds great. Awesome. Wonderful. So we'll see. We'll see if that actually works, chat. Do I sound fried? I could be tired. I don't know. I don't know what's wrong with me. I assume there's always something wrong with me, chat. But if there's any clipping, let me know. I do have a sound gate. I did fuck with everything last second, as I do. As I sit here, prepared to stream, I just start fucking with things. The only downside is that this room will become incredibly hot. So just know that that I suffer. I literally suffer for your entertainment. So I had the foresight to put on deodorant. So I shan't be sticky. I just will be very hot. Okay. Buy an AC unit. You mean like this? Here, hold up. Chat, he suggested an AC unit. All right, chat. I've cut the fan on. So now we have some nice airflow coming into the room, chat. I think that this is actually an improvement, okay, chat? I think I think that this works for us, right? Yeah. All right. Keep it on. Do you feel refreshed? Do you feel nice and cool, chat? I'm glad to cool you all down. Sometimes chat gets a little bit too ornery, too spicy. You gotta cut the fan on. Okay, chat. This week is mostly videos, I think. There's lots of videos. They're kind of short. But videos are usually what lasts the longest because there's so much to talk about. Every frame a picture, every frame keynote, as I said. Let's start with some updates to the Israel situation. I know everybody loves talking about global terrorism and the war in the Middle East. Last stream I mentioned that Israel had fired some strikes into Tehran. I even played a nice song called Bomb Iran. Now it's Tehran's turn. They have fired some nice zesty strikes into Israel. That is the Iron Dome shooting off deterrence rockets. And those explosions are the missiles trying to detonate that thing. And that thing that crashed into the building, that was what they were trying to deter and failed. So the Iron Dome is not impenetrable, especially when you fire lots of missiles. This has been a known weakness for a while, by the way. I think Hezbollah in Lebanon shot off so many shitty rockets that they learned that the Iron Dome just can't keep up with that supply. I also remember with those shitty rockets that the Iron Dome's deterrence rockets were like much more expensive. So if you had the mind, you could just fire so many rockets that it would wear down their budget, I guess, make them spend a ton of money. Tehran's missiles are like real missiles though, so they did strike. I think they hit a hospital, which caused Israel, with no sense of irony whatsoever, to complain that striking a hospital is a war crime. The Arabs on Twitter were very quick to point out that 33 or 34 of the 36 hospitals that used to exist in the Gaza Strip are now completely destroyed, putting pressure on the 2 remaining ones to provide medical services to everybody that lives there. If you don't know, the Gaza Strip is, I think, the most densely populated, or was the most densely populated area in the entire world. If it wasn't the most, it was certainly up there competing with places like Singapore and Hong Kong. It was an immensely densely populated area. So putting everybody on 2 hospitals, especially when there's bombs raining from the sky, probably quite difficult to manage from the civilian perspective. So the Ayatollah of Iran decided that he needed a secret weapon to win the hearts and minds of both his people and the peace-loving folks of people foreign and abroad. And so he broke out Nicholas J. Fuentes. Here we have Nick Fuentes on Iranian state media. I assume, I remember making a joke a while back about when I was complaining about Andrew Tate and how people on the right seem to love sexually violent criminals. And I remember saying, like, whenever Nick Fuentes and Andrew Tate start talking about like their opinion on women, they sound exactly like Muslims. And it's probably not going to be too long before they just start calling the Ayatollah of Iran base because he doesn't like Israel. And that's exactly what this clip is. It's Nick Fuentes calling the Ayatollah of Iran base because he doesn't like Israel. So I think my prediction was actually not really a prediction. I was immediately informed after that stream that they had already been calling Iran super base for a long time. So I just naturally came to a logical conclusion, and it was actually true. And now, actually, the Ayatollah of Iran himself seems to be quite pleased with the glazing that anti-Jewish far right people in the U.S. seem to be giving him. So that's good for him. It's nice. You know what, chat? I feel good for the Ayatollah of Iran. I know that for him in particular, being a rogue nation and all, it's probably not often he gets to hear compliments, chat. And even old Shia caliphate leaders like to be complimented every so often, especially by people outside of their own circle, chat. So probably did blush a little bit. Probably blushed and was like, "Ooh, wow. This little Mexican boy thinks I'm based. That's nice." What does this based means? Inshallah, I see. Iran celebrates Homo Month by having Nick on television. Well, don't ever forget that in Iran, it is actually completely legal to be gay as long as you get the snip. The Ayatollah of Iran, unironically, no exaggeration, says hashtag trans rights. Don't ever forget. Here we have some Portland. No, this is not. Sorry, this is Charlotte, North Carolina. So this is apparently there was nationwide protests organized for something that just popped out of nowhere, as these movements do. They just mysteriously converge in the gutter somewhere, and then have amazing national-wide, multi-million-dollar backing and connections to other organizations. So the No Kings movement just spawned one day, and it was deemed to have an effectiveness rating of 100%. So in every town across the U.S., they plotted and schemed a way to protest Donald Bolin Blump for his fascism slash monarchism on his birthday, no less. That's when they scheduled it. So the people took to the streets, and I had not actually heard of this until I went for a little drive. I went for a cheeky little Whataburger run, and I went down the street, and I saw maybe 10 to 20 people. I'll be generous and say 50. I'm not good at counting, I don't think. I saw 50 people, a lovely combination of the extreme elderly and Mexicans. I assume Mexicans, they could have been Dominican. I don't know. I don't know what they are, but they were some kind of brown, and they looked like they repaired shingles on roofs. So the people of Shingles and the people of Shingles. Ah, what a joke, chat. The Shingle Alliance, strong at the No Kings protest, and and there was at least 50 of them. And then a quick little rain came through, and they dispersed by the middle of the day. Basically, I actually was debating if maybe I should honk at them, because I was like, what the fuck? But I was thinking, I don't want to honk and then be like, that they think I'm supporting them or something. So I was thinking maybe I should shout something, and I was like, that would be like the worst possible way to get doxxed, as if I leaned out my window, because it was like the local Whataburger. I leaned out my window and I shouted something about how Trump should deport them all. That's what I was thinking of saying, is deport them all, deport them all. And I was like, oh no, people would immediately recognize me because my eyes are so far apart. So I don't want to do that. And then they would have my vehicle description. It's no bueno, chat. But I didn't have to make any decisions of conscience on my way back, because the protests had dispersed already. Because literally for like a nanosecond, a little bit of rain. They're like, Dios mío. And then Grandma was like, oh no, it's raining. It's my arthritis is acting up. Like, we gotta go, honey. We gotta go. So they left. Unfortunately, fascism triumphed. Donald Trump did use the DARPA weather controlling radar system to converge rain on these specific, as I said, specific locations for a brief amount of time, which apparently is all it took. I remember I remember in 2016 there was a really, really funny survey, and it was like a phone survey, and basically the gist of the phone survey was that they would ask you questions in an escalation, and there were like 20 different questions that just became increasingly bizarre, right? And it was like, what would stop you? Who are you voting for, number one? And then what would stop you from voting? So you would say, who are you voting for? Press 1 for Dolan Blump. Press 2 for Hillary Clinton. And then it would say, would you go out and vote if 1, it rained? Press 1 for yes. Press 2 for no. And it would go like, if your car broke down and you had to take a taxi, or if it was really, really hot, that like, it just, not hot, it just kept escalating. Like, if you had to take off work, if there was an hour-long wait to go vote, and it went all the way up to like number 20. And number 20 was like, if there was an alien invasion of Earth. And there was like number 19 was like a nuclear bomb was dropped. And it was like, it kept escalating like that. And something like 20% of Trump voters said that they would vote even if there was an alien invasion of Earth. And then something like 80% of Hillary Clinton voters said they would stay home if it rained. And I'm like, you're not gonna bash the fash when a little drizzle is gonna keep you away from your political objectives. That was a very funny survey that stuck out in memory to me. Anyways, I was reminded of that because the protests dispersed under such unfavorable conditions. Shit. Anyways, this is a little clip. I haven't watched a lot of these clips, so we're gonna watch them together for the first time. I know that's lazy, chat, but you know what? I'm lazy.
De-escalate. That's your word. De-escalate. Do you understand?
They're wagging their finger at these policemen of color who are just chilling there. It must suck to be like a riot police officer, because It's hot. You're in Los Angeles in June, wearing all black. You're wearing protective gear on top of that, that weighs tons and is like thermo insulating. You got a helmet on. So this guy is fucking hot right now. He doesn't want to be here. And not only is he hot, like just standing in front of a bank in that uniform would suck ass in the middle of LA. But he's being yelled at by like actual retards, chat. That is my personal hell. Having to stand while hot in LA, being yelled at by people from LA, probably in Spanish. That's like a 10 out of 10 hell. That is my personal hell, is being one of these cops.
De-escalate. You get that. You don't hit women.
The guy's yelling at him to de-escalate, and he's literally just standing there ignoring him.
Why cops punching my girlfriend in the face? I'm asking. Why are police punching my girlfriend in the face? On a public sidewalk. I'm asking. Do you know? Do you know? Do you have a good reason? You don't say sorry? Anybody to punching my girlfriend in the face?
Oh, I see why he's upset now.
Very tough. You want to say sorry to my girlfriend for punching her in the face?
That guy looks like a tranny, man. And it looks like a Mexican native, like a Mexican Indian. Anything else happen? There's not that many people. Is this no? This is Charlotte, North Carolina. Sorry, I'm mixing things up. These aren't the ICE riots. This is a guy's personal footage about the protests in his town. So Charlotte, I believe, is the capital of North Carolina. So they're in the capital of North Carolina, and that's all that showed up was like 50 people. That's a pitiful showing, bro. And North Carolina is like blue dog, isn't it? That's the shitty Carolina, right? South Carolina is like 60% white, and then North Carolina is like 40% or some shit. North Carolina sucks ass. Charlotte is not the capital of North Carolina? I see. Okay. All right. Next. Oh, okay. I haven't watched this either, but apparently it's really cringe, and I kind of wanted a live reaction to it. I actually had a justification for not watching this one, chat. So, this is Fox 11 doing coverage of the No Kings protest in LA. So this is actually in LA, and they're doing it from the safety of a helicopter. However, our dear pilot apparently is not having a very good time. He's in a difficult place in his life, and he would just like to seek comfort in the live viewers of Fox 11 Los Angeles during this difficult moment in his life. So apparently this is really cringe. Let's take a listen.
The answer is yes. You know what? I don't care. I don't care about my... I am married. I am legally married. I am legally married. That's about the only way you can really say it. I am legally married. But I am not looking at now at all. I just had a bunch of debacles with my personal life. Yes, it's true. I know. It's hard to believe. Somebody that doesn't even know what he's talking about in a relationship. And, you know. But, yeah, I got nothing right now. Got nothing. Not really looking. You know, trying to find myself and be happy. I'm being serious about that.
How can you be flying a helicopter and not find yourself and be happy? This man simply needs to embrace the joys of life all around him. He's piloting a $1 million machine of American ingenuity and science, chat. He's quite literally coasting the peak of human innovation. How can you not be happy in such circumstance? He simply needs a perspective change, chat.
I want to be beholden to no one at this moment.
You are flying a helicopter.
You know, do I get lonely? Of course. But I got cats. So
I have a question for
I think all that
pilots.
information's on the internet. Look at all those red cars down there.
Red cars, chat. So he's trying to find protests. Unfortunately, it's too fucking hot in LA, so everybody just stayed home. And everybody knows there's no point protesting in LA. Nobody gives a fuck about what people in LA think. And he's just like, wow, I'm pretty high up. Look at those cars there. That's the kind of perspective that a sudden divorce puts you through, I guess. I wish the Sky King prosperity, chat, on this June 20th, which is, by the way, the summer solstice. I think for most people, at least in the US. So today is the longest day in the calendar, which means the year is halfway over, because the winter solstice is like in December. So, you know, it's basically halfway through the year. As far as to all of our base low-key chads and Odin enjoyers, this is the halfway point through the year, is the summer solstice. The longest pizza day ever. That's exactly fucking right. That is 100% fucking accurate. The longest pizza day of the year. Not every year does it fall on a Friday, chat. This is a solemn occasion. I have a question for any pilots out there. I know that if you have heart palpitations at all, you cannot be a pilot. Like, your heart health is extremely important, and you have to like report anything about your heart to your company if you're a pilot. Does the same apply to depression? If you're on like SSRIs for like mementals because you're going through a difficult divorce and the cats aren't really doing it for you anymore, are you allowed to fly if you have depression? I would like somebody who's a pilot to tell me this. You are allowed to fly if you have depression. You have to explain this to me. You have to report if you have depression as a pilot. Okay, I'm going to look this up. Let's type in. I'm really curious now. This guy's got me thinking. What things do you have to report as a pilot in regards to mental and physical health? Let's see what. Okay. General reporting requirements. Okay. The FFA has made efforts to reduce stigma around mental health in aviation and encourages pilots to seek help. However, specific conditions and circumstances still require reporting. If you have been clinically diagnosed for depressive disorders, though the FAA has liberalized its policy for certain uncomplicated types, anxiety disorders, psychosis, bipolar disorders, personality disorders, substance abuse, that I understand. If you have ADHD, PTSD, or OCD, what the fuck? People with ADHD, I can't become a pilot? I was clinically diagnosed with ADHD as like a child. That means I can't be a fucking pilot ever? Really? That's crazy. That sucks, chat. I'll never become a pilot. I'm like that kid from Little Miss Sunshine. My dreams are shattered now. I have no rudder. I'm rudderless. He's rudderless. He's rudderless. I have no direction anymore. I was thinking about becoming a pilot after watching this video, and now my hopes and dreams are shattered to a million fucking pieces, chat. Okay. The BPD pilot princess doesn't exist. It's the BPD pilot princess who makes like veiled threats to crash the plane when you disrespect her. Don't give her enough attention. Speaking of pilots, inshallah, in the United Kingdom, 2 Arabs took a little bit of a voyage into the Royal Air Force Base and decided to get up to some hijinks. So let's see what they're up to, okay? So they're defacing airplanes. These are military aircraft in the Royal Air Force Base that 2 Arabs on motorbikes are just fucking with, to clarify what's happening here. They have little pink tote bags too. That's cute. And then they leave. Oh yeah, the news hamster. That's right. Bam. Okay. Cool, great, awesome. They did escape, by the way, so they have no idea where these guys are. Yeah, just did a little bit of Allahu Akbar, a little bit of Allahu Akbar fun. You know, kids these days, you know how they are, the youth, the 40-year-old youth of the UK, with the hijinks they get up to. They're just exercising their the Magna Scata, the rights under the Magna Scata to protest their government. I think that's in the Magna Scata. Anyways, the Arabs are enjoying their. They don't have a constitution, but as close as it gets to that, to deface military airplanes. That's cool. So here's a little update. The Department of Justice announced that 109 children and 244 perpetrators were arrested in what they were calling Operation Soteria Shield, exposing a widespread child abuse network in northern Texas. And here are the mugshots of all the people that were arrested. Shout out to Marquis Simmons, who is the only child abuser in the sex exploitation ring who smiled for his mugshot. And they put him right in the middle. So you got Elijah Howard up here with his afro. No smile. You got this guy down here. He kind of looks like a big chungus. No smile. Jennifer Crawley. Jennifer, what are you up to? Why are you abusing kids, Jennifer? No smile. And fat. But Marquis Simmons, he's got that absurdist perspective. Sure, he's been arrested for his involvement in a sex trafficking network. But you know what? That's not going to let the government keep a nigga down, okay? It's all about that perspective, chat. So, shout out to our brave men and women of the FBI who actually investigate real crimes and arrest people who rape kids instead of fucking around doing nothing all day. Isn't that nice, chat? Isn't that nice when, I wasn't this a thing with the last Trump administration too, where suddenly the FBI was just like arresting massive networks of like child rape? And it was like as soon as Trump won, the FBI was announcing like breaking up rings of like 100+ people like every day. I remember the last Trump administration too, where it's just like, for whatever reason during certain administrations, it doesn't seem like stopping sex trafficking is like a priority. And then when Trump gets in, for some reason that changes too. It's weird. It's really weird, chat. Life is weird like that. This one is less base. Speaking of police fucking around, there is a big drug marketplace on the dark web or Tor called Archetype Market that has been seized, and its administrator was arrested. He was arrested by the Polizei in Deutschland, yeah. But this was a joint effort between, I don't think it was explicitly given to Europol as credit, but it was a joint effort between the United States and a bunch of different European countries. And when they seize the domain, usually they put up these shitty little things that say like, we are the government and we are very, very strong, expect us. But they went above and beyond, and they actually paid somebody to do a cyberpunk dystopian cartoon warning drug addicts and drug sellers that the government is actually really, really strong, stronger than previously expected. I have always at this government propaganda channel.
Been susceptible, especially when it comes to pleasure. Then I met this one guy.
Better to be someone for a day than no one for a lifetime.
I thought he was right, so I started my own biz. You only need a logo, a catchy name, a website, and most importantly, products everyone wants. It worked. And it felt good. But everything comes to an end.
If you're only currently listening, it's cyberpunk, but it's kind of like a cyberpunk like comic book style. It's hard to explain. It's like somewhat dynamic still images or like animated, but like in a way that's really lazy is the best way to describe it. And it's just sort of like, look at how cool the police is. Oh no, the black guy. He figured out. He knows where he is. This is where he gets busted. Oh, no. They couldn't get voice actors for the police because, you know, the police have to protect their identity. They can't voice act the cartoons yet.
Something feels weird.
The Hetzen. What's the beacon? The Bundeskriminalamt. Oh, geez. Not the Bundeskriminalamt. Okay, so I got this is a little bit off topic, but there was something about that video that reminded me of. It's kind of spurgy, but when I remember, God, this game must have come out when I was like 17 or 16, and yeah, it's a weird game. It's called Points Bulletin. It still exists, but it's completely mangled, and it didn't even make it out of beta. I remember playing this game in beta when I was like 17, and it was without a fucking doubt the most fun I ever had playing any game ever. It was like an open beta, and I played this game literally nonstop for an entire week. Like I did not sleep. It was probably one of the only times I've ever played a game and to the point where I didn't eat or sleep. The other time was Space Station 13. When I first started playing Space Station, I just stopped eating for a week because I was too busy playing fucking Space Station. This game, Points Bulletin, when it was in beta, was probably the most awesome game ever. And then right before it launched, they rushed the launch along, and they added progression, and that killed the game because it was a third person shooter. And when they added progression, they did not balance the weapons properly. So when it launched, there was suddenly inequality in like levels, and before there was none. Like everybody had the exact same guns. The guns were literally perfectly mathematically balanced to absolute perfection. And then they added a progression system that literally just gave you more powerful guns as you progress. So there was like an inequality. And then they added like a fucking cash shop. I think that's why it was so bad. So they added a cash shop that lets you just buy better guns. So they had this amazing fucking game in beta that I played for like 100 hours in 1 week. And then they just destroyed it. And the game, I swear to God, it was like a $100 million game, which at the time was like the most expensive game ever fucking conceived. I think it was by Creative Realms. And within 1 month of this game launching, it crashed so fucking hard that they shuttered it. And it was one of the only times that it was an MMO FPS. It was like a very weird genre of game. And they shuttered that shit within a month. And I bring it up because it had one of the best styles, like artistic directions of any game ever made, ever. And I think I got the intro. I just want to play it to show you because this is driving me crazy. I'm like, this is just like fucking APB is what they're going for. Oh, that's the APB reloaded screen. I don't want that. 14 years ago. That sounds right. Can I load this? The original loading screen was like the best. Yeah. Is this it? It just had such good aesthetic to it. As like a cop game. It was like so ahead of its time, and you could like decorate your everything like to perfection. Like you could really like spend time spurging out about like your vehicle customization, your character customization, and it had license to all sorts of copyrighted music. I don't know how they accomplished this, but the radio channels were like on par with like Grand Theft Auto. where it was like the radio channels had like proper playlists of really, really, really good music. And that's how I found out about that song 1912 by like Wolfgang Amadeus or something, whatever the fuck the name of that band is. And that's an awesome song. There's so many songs that I remember that I listened to this fucking day that I got from the playlist of this game that I played for 1 week before it completely imploded. And then they lost all their licenses to the music and stuff. So now if you play, it's like the music sucks, the fucking game sucks, it just sucks ass. Enforcer. I played Enforcer, and I played. Okay, this is also I have to explain. So the game is open, so it's like you have teams of 5v5 on a map of like 100 people, but it's open, and usually you can't shoot people that aren't in your game, but if you do really, really, really well and go on a hot streak, you hit notoriety or infamy 5. And that was like the best fucking thing ever. It was so fucking cool because this thing would flash on your screen and say, it would go like, woo, woo, woo. And lights would be flashing and it would be like, you hit 5. And if you hit 5, you can kill anybody in the fucking game and anybody can kill you. So in the middle of your mission, you hit 5 and then suddenly the entire map is hostile to you. And you can just go up to other people's missions as like notoriety 5 and just start blasting them to like fuck with their games and shit. It is so fucking fun. But I played a very specific game or playstyle that was less than lethal. And the other awesome thing about it is that it had open mics. So, people could like crash into your car when you were in a chase that weren't your mission to fuck with your car. And then they could scream at you and shit through the microphone and like local chat. But when you played less than lethal, it was very difficult. And when you hit somebody out, they just kneeled. And then you would have to arrest them. And it was like a 10-second thing to put them in handcuffs. But it had local mic. So the entire time you're arresting them, you hear this guy screaming at you at the top of his fucking lungs about how you're a fucking whore and how he's gonna fucking kill you, or screaming for help on his team, like team. And it was like, if you actually played criminal, getting less than lethal arrested was the worst thing ever, because not only were you stunned and then it took 10 seconds to be arrested, and then you were just like there because they could free you, but it took 30 seconds to get like before you would despawn while arrested. So then you were arrested for like 30 seconds and then you would have to respawn to the normal respawn timer. So you were out for like a full fucking minute. It was extremely infuriating. But when you're playing less than lethal cop, it was like pure fucking bliss to hear these people, usually some form of brown, screaming at you incomprehensibly in a foreign language. It was the most fucking fun I've ever had in a fucking game ever. It was actually amazing. So anyways, that's what I was reminded of. I would love this game. I would really love if I could go back in time and play that game for another week. You know what I mean? Just like, I don't need it back in my life forever, but I would love one more week with the All Points Bulletin beta, because that was one of the. It was so fun, and because it was a closed beta that I somehow got an invite to, I was one of the few people in the world that got to experience that game at its actual peak. And I'm glad I did, chat, because it's fun. It is terrible. Nobody plays it. It's not. It's literally not the same. If you didn't play the beta, you can't compare it to the current APB. It's not even close. Yeah, back when games were fun, chat. Anyways, that's enough about that. Let's get into. It's not. There's one more semi news story that is bleeding into the Troon segment. This is the Supreme Court decision. Tennessee passed a law some time ago saying that there is no such thing as a tranny child, and you will not be giving children in Tennessee gender affirming care, quote unquote, and you also will not be cutting off a little baby penis because you think that it was born a girl. Of course, transgender activists were outraged at this. How dare you deny our mass delusions? And they took it all the way up to the Supreme Court of the United States. However, they encountered somebody that they did not expect, chat. Hold on. Who got in their way of these activists, these gender activists? None other than
Boss Nigger.
Boss Nigger himself, Thomas Clarence, said, "No, stalker child, you will not cut off little baby penis. You will not give children gender affirming care because that doesn't exist." What's funny is that Justice Thomas is very, very, He's the lead. Somebody showed how many words each justice has spoken, and it's a very, very funny chart because that black woman they put in, she never shuts the fuck up. She has like twice as many spoken words, despite the fact that she's the most junior justice on the bench. She's spoken more than like all the other justices combined, and they've been there for like 30 fucking years. So to the point where I remember that I even showed this on stream. There was a time where I think it was even Ruth Bader Ginsburg told no, it wasn't her, it was the other lady, Amy Comey Barrett or whatever. She said something like, let him finish. Like, she interrupted the black woman and said, like, look, can you just let him finish his fucking point before you interrupt him? And that's really funny because that's like way outside the decorum of the Supreme Court. Anyways, Boss Nigger decided that enough was enough, and he was actually grilling the guy, which is super rare because Clarence, despite being such a senior, he's actually, not only is he senior, he's actually the most senior. For whatever reason, George W. the president gets to decide who the chief justice is. George W. Bush actually skipped over him for whoever the current chief justice is. But Clarence Thomas is actually the most senior Supreme Court justice, and he was skipped over for chief justice for whatever reason by George W. Bush. But despite that, he has like the least words spoken on the bench of any Supreme Court justice, despite being there the longest. So he's a man of very few words, and that creates this weird air of mystique around him that the press absolutely loves. That's why he's the most famous justice. Yeah, he was not pleased with this. So that's right. He's the best black man to ever live. Scoot over George Floyd, Supreme Court. And what's funny is that because he's black and he has a white wife, and so he's not like a hero. He's like what to like black people and people on the left, despite being a Supreme Court justice held in very high regard, been there longer than anybody else. You know, he's penned some of the most important decisions in the Supreme Court history. Despite that, he's not a hero. He's not a black hero. George Floyd's a black hero because he got high on fentanyl and punched pregnant women. Clarence Thomas doesn't always side with the left, and he married a white bitch. So fuck him. He sucks. And that just proves that the real racists are the Democrats, shit. The boomers were right all along. The boomers had this figured out many years ago. The Democrats are the real fucking racists, shit. Anyways, that's awesome. And what's really awesome is that it was only a year ago that everything felt really fucked. It was only a year ago where it felt like there was no hope and everything was on this perpetual downcline and trends were just going to take over everything. And even Liz Fong Jones, I was prompted to see what Liz Fong Jones was up to, and basically nothing. In that in-network harassment charity he set up, he's not done anything with it. He's not even like updated the website in like a year, or since it was founded. So, you know, a year ago, everything was fucked. Now, I think I even had a nice little video for this. Hold up. Well, this is one of my favorite videos of all time. I think I posted it in this thread. There we go. Oh yeah, this is the good shit. I love it. I love the video about the squirrels. It's if you're only listening, it's a video about the how the UK was able to depopulate. The gray squirrel is not native to Europe. It's an American squirrel, and it was brought over at some point, and it became an invasive species. The gray squirrel from North America is very large, and the red squirrel, which is native to Europe and the UK, is not as large. So the gray squirrel has outcompeted them. And I even remember talking to somebody who was from Europe about how when they were a kid, they never saw gray squirrels, and now they never see red squirrels. So it's kind of like an allegory for certain other happenings in the world, chat. However, the UK, at least the pest control people in the UK, have undertaken a program where now the red squirrels of the UK are flourishing as the gray squirrels are being mass executed, which may or may not be an allegory for certain other things. So I love that video, and it's never over. The red squirrels can always come out on top, chat. Yeah, nigga, that's nuts. That's right. Next, let's talk about some gay shit. It is Pride Month after all. Fur Affinity was late to the party, but eventually put out a banner featuring all of their staff waving various LGBTQIAP plus Pride flags. You can see that they have the gay nigga flag, but the gay nigga flag they're using is actually the gay NB nigga flag, because for whatever reason they really had to fucking add that horrific yellow and purple circle to it. They just keep adding more and more shit. So Fur Affinity was it took a while to get this commission cranked out, but wait a second, what the fuck is this? Oh no, .webp. Right here, if you can't see, is a I don't know what the fuck animal. It looks like a goat, maybe. Sucking on an LGBTQIAP plus colored pacifier. Probably one of the most cursed. Can I find this in real life? What happens if I just go to like Bing and I type in LGBT pacifier? And now I've received a network error. Oh, they sell them on Etsy. I can get them on Etsy. Oh boy. Adult pacifier. I can't, no, even on Etsy, I can't find an LGBTQIP plus colored pacifier. Oh, wait. Oh, dude, that's so gross. An XL pacifier. Oh, dude, I'm on Etsy. It's an XL pacifier with a little paw print on the front. And there's actually a picture of the guy that makes them sucking on it. Oh, dude. Dude. Oh, my God. Holy shit. I have found something. Wait, let me hide this to make sure that it loads correctly and doesn't show anything it shouldn't. I don't think it should, but I just want to be absolutely safe. Oh my God. Holy shit. Okay, so XL pacifiers, right? There it is. I found it. LGBTQIP plus themed actual furry pacifiers. It's real. This guy's persona is real. It's just this. He's just this product from Etsy. $60 fucking for this. And this guy's having one. You can also get it in trans pride theme. Now get this. Here's the guy that makes them, showing off his product. And then we have the reviews. Here we have this guy with the 5 o'clock shadow, the most disgusting like complexion with like zits and stuff, and then like chinny chin goat hairs, wearing the LGBTQIP plus pacifier. Oh, this guy, this big chungus, Scott Connolly, super pleased with his light baby blue pacifier. What a supreme gentleman he is. The mute button is now my new hyperfixation. It's really well done. The expectations were small, but the delivery was spot on. This guy's in his fursuit, the perfect cookie. I wanted a pacifier prop for my fursuit. The ones we made for are way too big for my small bunny mouth. It was smaller than the fursuit pacifier and larger than a regular adult pacifier. Fits perfectly, and she looks cute in it. Wow. Dude. This guy looks like a fat Till Lindemann. Till Lindemann fell in some hard times, man. Rammstein isn't doing so well. The Bundeskriminalamt keeps bothering him about fascism or some shit. So he's just eating all the Schweinsachse and sucking on pacifier. Tragic. So this guy has a really, really big pink one, and he's like extremely cross-eyed. He's just like full on fucking cross-eyed. Oh, and we have another LGBT one. This guy does not have the friggin' audacity to show off him sucking on the pacifier. This is Lazy Kobolds. We have someone wearing a Shiba Inu like flesh suit and sucking on a pink one. This one is like a tranny with a blue one. Oh, look, the guy doodles a little fox drawing inside the box to say thank you. That's actually cute. That's customer service, chat. That's why the furries make so much fucking money, because they got that customer service shit. You open up your pacifier box and you get a little doodle, and you're like, aw, that was drawn just for me, chat. It's very similar to... Does he, like, crank these out? Or is the doodle fake? No, it's not. It's a different doodle. He just draws them very, very similarly. So similar that you have to like compare and contrast them to see if they're different. They are different, just a little bit though. I guess if you do it, it's not a stamp. It's not a stamp. Enjoy your gift and let your big kid thoughts melt away with this. Tranny? I think so. Alexandra. That's a tranny. Oh my god, dude. I have found a fucking gold mine. There's gonna be YouTube channels that crank out videos with 8 million views where they just look at their customer reviews for embarrassing Etsy items. I've discovered a fucking gold mine. Never forget that the origin of all art and culture on the internet comes from the Kiwi farms in the stream, okay? If you're only listening, this is a black guy. He is wearing a purple hat that looks like Wario's hat, but instead of or Waluigi's hat. But instead of Waluigi's hat, it says Lola on it, and it has a sew-in patch of Lola Bunny sitting and looking seductively, okay? He's a black guy, and he has a pink pacifier that he's actually modified, okay? He's put his own finishing touches on the paw prints. He's made it green and blue, and then made the strap a bright pink, and even bedazzled it with baby fur and a little paw print thing. That is fucking awesome. This is a real woman, I guess, I think, who has a maroon one, and she has a bunch of tattoos. Never date women with tattoos, chat. What is that? It's a chastity cage. It's not a pacifier. This is my cutest chastity cage, hands down. It gets compliments constantly when I go to meets or events. This dude's walking around naked with a chastity cage at fur cons? Is that what they do? I've met one furry, literally one furry ever in my entire life, who had the fucking balls to say outright that the furry shit is a sex thing. Kids have no place there, and it is purely a masturbatory fixation. Only one furry I've ever met that had the actual friggin' audacity to just say that outright. The rest of them pretend that it's just like a cute little hobby uwu, and it's fucking not. It's a pacifier for your dick. Gross. What is that? I guess he also sells. Dude, that is so small and pathetic. This one is like even smaller. This is like super small, but this one doesn't even have like any. This dude must have like a button penis. This is fucking vile, man. What the fuck? Because that's why I had issues trying to figure out what this was, because it doesn't look like a chastity cage. That does, but then this one's like so small it doesn't have any width to it at all. It's just like a button penis. Oh my god, this is the exact. It's an inverse. This is like the exact thing that he's wearing in this banner. By Sarah Gonzalez. Ay, Dios mío. All right, that's enough. This is a great idea for a locals video. You're right. I should just find embarrassing Etsy shit and do reviews. Anyways, back to the furry fandom thing. I've mentioned this a couple times, but baby furs hold a interesting position in the hierarchy. Actually, News Hamster. I'm sorry I subjected you to all this. It's unnecessary. My bad. Baby furs hold an interesting position in the hierarchy of the furry fandom in that they're at the absolute bottom. Nobody likes them, and in large part, like it's pedo adjacent, first of all, but you can't say that because if you say, obviously acting like a goo goo gaga little baby is like pedophile shit, people be like, oh my god, that's so problematic. I use adult baby diaper lover play as like my way to cope with the adult world, and you know, it's in the privacy of my own bedroom, and you're kink shaming. Like, you know, they break out the usual canards, chat the canards, they come flying. But then not only that, they go to these conventions, right? And then they literally shit in their diapers, and they leave shitty diapers around the convention center. And then the convention center has to clean up shitty adult diapers, and they're just like, we will never tolerate furries in our presence again. And because all these hotels are now owned by like Pajeets who go to this like hotel owner conventions that are also Pajeets, they tell all their Pajeet friends at these conventions, my good sir, I do not know what the furry is, but if you ever get a request to have a furry convention at your hotel, say, no, sir, I will not redeem. I will not redeem your request to have a furry convention at my hotel, sir. So they get banned from like entire states as a result of bad word of mouth, specifically because of the adult diaper stuff. And because of the aforementioned pedophile stuff. Here are some comments in response to the banner, in particular pointing out the baby fur. Tricky Lil Fox says, "Happy Pride. Pleased to see some baby fur representation too. We're a big part of the fandom and always have been." Princess Drake Bestest Sheep says, :3, as stated by another mod, there's actually a few of us in here. Wadley Durg says, "It makes me so happy to see some subtle ABDL representation on FA's official Pride banner. Really shows how far we've come to be more inclusive as a community, especially given the hurdles a lot of ABDLs have had to face on this site, from what I understand." If you don't remember, I think I covered this at some point. Dragoneer was the previous owner of Fur Affinity, and Dragoneer is a neurotic faggot, was like horrifically incompetent and poorly managed FA over time. Fur Affinity, as the largest furry art site in the world, was poised to really become a successful website, basically. But Dragoneer lacked the vision and competence and aptitude and gumption, most importantly, to really do anything with it, much like Lotex and Something Awful. I think he's dead now, and a lot of the changes that he could have made to Fur Affinity to make it a more successful website never happened. However, under his administration, despite his incompetence, he actually took a hard line on lolicon shotacon stuff. And this was actually very unpopular, obviously, with the ABDL people, because they need cub porn, because that's what they jerk off to. However, under the new management, seems like the rules have been, the deal has been altered. Pray, I do not alter it further. And now it's no holds bars. We're getting the diaper furs in the administration. We're allowing the cub fur porn. And as predicted, as everyone in the entire fucking world predicted, first you start with the gay marriage, and then you start with the transgender shit, and then you got dog fucking, and you got pedophilia. Like, oh, we've come so far that now we can represent grown men wearing diapers. Isn't that lovely? They have actual representation now, chat. Look at all these deleted comments. Comment hidden by a staff. Huth, Sweetie. The adults are talking. The adults are talking from an account that says ABDL Baby Fur Artist. Sweaty, I don't think that the adults are actually talking. I think that the mentally stunted pedophiles are talking. And there's actually a really big difference between that. What a weirdo. I wonder if that's like a thing that triggered him at some point, like when he was a kid. And now that he's like mentally stunted and hasn't progressed past the age of 12, he just remembers the one time that like a principal or a teacher was like really condescending to him. He was like, "Hey, the adults are talking." And now, like 30 years later, as a 45-year-old transgender man in a diaper drawing art of baby animals getting fucked in the ass, he still holds on to that quip, even though it doesn't make any sense. So he can whip it out on people. Grey Cat Luna says, "Love, love, love the banner. It makes me so happy to see Baby Fur Rep 2. This is awesome." Fire Breath, Good Girl Puppy says, "There's a few of us on the team after all, :3. Nigel Riverton says, "Love the banner. FA needs more rainbows in multiple color combinations, :3. Is it a good thing or a bad thing if I don't know any of the FA staff? Obviously, I know Skiggles is the boss." Princess Drake says, "Now you know one." And Nigel says, "Adorable little sheep." Mama Skiggles replies, "Who's the site owner? Is Skiggles Dragoneer's wife?" Because they're going by Mama Skiggles. I don't know if that means that Dragoneer's wife is in control now, or if this is like a tranny. Somebody who's a furry, tell me in chat. Evil Sponge says, "No idea." Well, then why the fuck would you message? Why would you write that? I'm asking chat a question. He's like, "I don't know." I wasn't talking to you, obviously. He says, "Hey there, we stopped having a staff page and introducing new members and announcements a few years ago because people were using it to target staff members and it crossed into some in real life harassment. So now if staff members want to be seen and known, they are welcome to introduce themselves, but the site won't be putting them in the limelight simply for their protection." Heart emoji. They are good beans. If you see highlighted comments or a badge next to someone named, they're staff. Okay. So that's what's going on in Fur Affinity chat. They're sucking on rainbow pacifiers. It's quite dire. I guess Dragoneer was the better option after all. Suffer furries. Actually, I need to look into this because I remember I was mildly fascinated at some point with this drama because in 2016, when Trump got elected, there was like a big schism in the furry community, where previously the furry community had like absolutely no limitations. Like everybody was welcome, even like the weirdos who sucked on pacifiers. But then after Trump got in, it became a thing where if you were conservative in any way, shape, or form, you're not permitted. So then there was like a rift between Nazi furs and like the regular furries, I guess, like the tranny furries, and it divided the furry community. So I'm curious to see. And I remember at the time there was also there's that guy that owns the drag. The furry people are so fascinating because their top dog, who's like one of the most prominent furries, is a guy that sells custom animal cock dildos called dragon dildos that are like the size of tank shells. And this guy, not only has he pioneered animal cock dildos, he's like an honest to God anal stretcher himself. And there are videos of this multi-millionaire animal cock dildo. What's the word? Mogul. He's a mogul of animal dildos. There are videos of him fucking himself in the ass with gigantic horsecock dildos that he's used to advertise his products. Like, yeah, here's me anal stretching with horsecock. Of course I've seen them. Of course, bro, come on. They've been around for fucking forever. They got shared around. Okay, and it's just like, it's notable because that is the guy. And he was going to start up his own alternative to Fur Affinity. And I don't know what ever happened to that. Because he owns like a bunch of porn sites and then animal dildo sites. And he's also like a recreational anal stretcher. Very fascinating individual. I think he owns like an advertising company as well for furry stuff. So this guy's corner of the market. This guy's smart as fuck. Okay. He's sitting there with a horse cock up his ass scheming to take over the entire furry world. Okay. My soul is very tarnished, much like my my coins. Okay, my heart is silver, but it's encased in a thick, glossy crust of silver sulfide, chat, and it will never recover properly. You can never wash that off, and if you do, it damages the value, so you don't want to, anyways. Next, NexusMods. Here's a fun story. Speaking of moguls taking over things and fucking over people, NexusMods very famously took hardline positions against heckin' racisms, heckin' transphobias, heckin' fascisms, and would de-index mods that did not meet their criteria for nice and safe media. Okay, that were harmful to the spirit of the gamer community. It's been solved. The last fiasco I remember with NexusMods was that, what was it? I think it was a mod to remove the body type filter for Oblivion, because when they remastered Oblivion, they added body type AB instead of male and female like it used to be when the game was fucking launched like 15 fucking years ago. Probably even more than that, like 20 years, right? Because the passage of time is so immense and so fast flowing. Shit, it was like 20 years ago when Oblivion was launched originally. So they changed it, and then they backtracked it at some point. And I remember, I think that's what it was. I can't remember if that was it. So I think after that debacle, the guy was in the mood to sell it. He's like, I don't like dealing with this. I don't like dealing with trannies. I don't like dealing with politics. I just wanted to grill. I just wanted to game. So all those trannies that had relied upon him to create like a nice safe space for their bullshit, he sold them out. And not only did he sell them out, chat, he sold them out in the funniest way possible. He sold them out to a gotcha slop website called Chosen. And here we have their monetization cheat sheet, okay? So we got play to earn. Players earn rewards like crypto or tokens through gameplay. Popular in blockchain and NFT-based games, factor to consider highly dependent on user retention and market volatility. Then there's microtransactions, small in-game purchases like skins. Factor to consider balancing pricing with perceived value. Then they show the tools: Google Play Pass, the Arcade Apple, Recurly, Chargebee. Do's and don'ts. Okay. Run A/B tests on different monetization strategies to optimize revenue streams. Track KPIs like LTV, ARPU, and retention rates to refine strategies. Always keep gameplay enjoyable and make sure monetization doesn't hinder the user experience. Don't over monetize early and avoid bombarding users with ads or pushing too many in-app purchases early in the game lifecycle. Don't ignore player feedback, and don't commit to one strategy in the early stages of your startup. So this is an expert consulting company that teaches you how to take something that is popular but unmonetized or undermonetized, and how to extract that fucking greenback from those filthy, filthy, slovenly whales. So that's the company. That's what they do. And they have taken over NexusMods. So all those trannies now that were very eager to bully people to get their way, they are now the consumer cattle of Chosen, which is going to figure out a way to bilk them for all their neat bucks, chat. Very nice. Very nice. Okay. You know what? I give up. Time for a monster chat. Okay. This is Elijah Miller. He is Discord personified. I think that is the correct way to describe him. So he is a transgender pedophile. And when I say pedophile, I mean, I think he's a pedophile because he made a video talking about how he masturbated to child pornography and was into it. So I think that's pretty safe to say he's a pedophile. He was groomed online on Discord. And not only was he groomed, he was apparently so well known to certain 4chan adjacent circles for being a weirdo on Discord that they were grooming, that as soon as this thread was made, many people joined to share their experiences and knowing him or knowing people who knew him and groomed him. You may notice that in the background, he has the Imperial German flag. To be precise, I believe that was the Prussian war flag, which has the Iron Cross on it and the three colors that became the German Imperial flag. Now, that is because he's also a wereaboo and supposedly a Nazi. His avatar here, if you don't know, that's Kirsche, also known as Kirsch, apparently, if you're from Minnesota and wrong. That became his avatar. He says internet funny man. However, he neglects to specify which internet he's a funny man on. Not this one, the uppercase I internet, because he's not very funny. He tuned out. He posted pictures of his guns. He did the whole thing with, let me make sure that this isn't showing anything bad when I open this. It does not. So he decorated this with all sorts of Nazi things. The checkerboard, I recognize that as the Iron Guard of Romania. And I recognize that for the same exact reason that he recognizes that. That is the fascist path in Hearts of Iron 4. He has the fascist logo for the brown shirts from the UK. He knows that for the same reason I know that. That is in Hearts of Iron 4. That's a German rune thing. I don't know what that's exactly from. Anders Breivik is, of course, the neo-Nazi. The arm holding the sword is a Polish fascist symbol. The P with the anchor, that's a Polish resistance thing. That's not really fascist. It might be like a co-opted fascist symbol, but that's not inherently fascist. The cross on the shield is a crusader thing. Und doch. I don't know what that means. Pippa Pipkin, or Pipkin Pippa, sorry, the Japanese way to say that is there. And of course, I know what that is because that's in Heart of Iron 4. It's the leader of fascist Germany. Here we have a nice pillow of the Pipkin Pippa next to a book about democracy, The God That Failed. This is a German philosophy book. I believe it's a German philosophy book about how democracy is a false god that just allows people to be manipulated, and how it's basically a Julius Evola. Is it actually, wait, is it German or is it Julius Evola? I think it's the same thing as Julius Evola, where it's like a democracy is bad because politicians in democracies can't form long-term plans because they have no investment to besides winning their next election. Whereas monarchs, as personal owners of the country, have a investment to make sure that not only in their lifetime does their country succeed, but the next lifetime with their children. That's like the argument. He has a 38 special, I believe is what that gun is, which apparently is like police surplus. A picture of him in leather straps holding up knee-high stockings. He hasn't shaved because he's too fucking lazy. With The Storm of Steel by Ernst Junger, which is a book I would literally bet my life that this motherfucker has not read this book, because I have. I haven't even read it all the way. I read like 60% of it. Storm of Steel was recommended to me at some point, and I needed something to put on my I have a thing that's like an e-reader, a Kobo. I would highly recommend Kobo, by the way. That thing I put into a junk bin of electronics like 3 years ago, and it has been bashed and smashed and like scratched up, but it still works perfectly. So that thing is fucking indestructible. I would actually recommend that if you want an e-reader and don't want to give Amazon money. But I put it on my Kobo at some point to read when I had downtime and I couldn't access the internet. So I read The Storm of Steel by Ernst Junger, and it's an interesting book. It's such a brutal, dry read. It's literally like this. So I went to Ha in the war. I was conscripted, and I went to the French city of Ha, and the artillery shells landed, and people were blown to bits, and it was quite gruesome. A week later, I was moved to the other city of Pont, and the artillery shells there were even worse. And on my first day, I saw somebody's head get blown open like a watermelon. And then I was moved to La Haye de Ha, a different city, the next week. And the artillery shelling there was awful, like the worst fucking artillery shelling ever. It just never ended. And then after that, I poked my head up above the trench, and I was like 3 feet away from an Englishman. And I was like, hey, buddy, we both spoke French. So I was like, I have a beer and you have cigarettes. Do you want to trade a beer for a cigarette? So we reached across the barbed wire and traded cigarettes for beer. And that's like that book. It just keeps going and going. And then I saw an entire brigade of young men blown to pieces by artillery shells. There was one guy that almost got away from the artillery shells, but then it hit wood and sent splinters flying, and it pierced his skull with a splinter the size of a pencil. And it's just like, it is fucking hard to read this book, and it never stops. It's just constantly, young boys from Germany and the UK. We took over a trench, and there were the bodies of a bunch of Englishmen, so I stole their cigarettes. Shit like that. It just never. So I know this fucking tranny retard did not read this fucking book. Anyways, there was a picture in particular. Here's him at a VTuber convention. I think he's with one of them. I don't know if he's in this picture. Oh, no, it's not. So he's not in this, but they showed up in military gear holding a pink flag that says PMC Pippa Group. And then the Russian underneath says Grupa Pippa. And that is a reference to the PMC Wagner in Russia at the time. I can only imagine, by the way, imagine this, like, imagine how inadequate you must feel. You're in your television box. By the way, this is, in case you're wondering, this is the POV, your gator approaching, I forget the name of that anime that he was talking to. POV, your gator about to walk up to your favorite person in the world, and it's just like a television box, like an advertisement that's on like a bus stop. So I imagine the sense of insecurity that this other anime has, where she's just chilling there by her box, and then the Pippa box has like 8 fucking weirdos decked out in military uniforms with like a flag. I can't tell what expression this is. Is this character trying to portray shock and fear, or is this like happiness or neutral? I don't know. Anyways, the uniform he's talking about, this is him replying, by the way, no, I'll get into that in a second. He made little patches he can sew on. And he's definitely Russian LARPing because he has that blue and white stripes. I forget the name of that. But one of the funniest things I saw in Ukraine, it was an old guy, like super old, and he had like a full sailor uniform. That blue and white stripe is really popular with as undergarments for sailors in the Soviet Union. So he was like in military bottoms, just like a wife beater with that blue and white stripe. And then he had like a Soviet naval commander's cap, like the full-on immaculate condition, shiny badge, like something about the Navy from the Soviet Union. Because I was in Odessa, which was a Soviet Union port on the Black Sea. And it was really crazy. It was like out of fucking space and time. Like this guy, just walking around in his like dress uniform hat, but then like he didn't want to be uncomfortable, so he's just walking around in the blue and white stripes. Yeah, Sailor Corps, exactly. That was cool to see. Anyways, he's doing the Russian LARP. I know he's doing the Russian LARP because there's another picture where he is, I don't know if it's one of these other, oh, it's this. I immediately recognize that this hat is the Russian camouflage pattern. And I think that, yeah, this is him. He's wearing the hat in this with the Pippa Grupa sew on and the proper like modern Russian thing. And he's there with like some kind of tranny with ears holding up the flag with the Pippa on it. And look, I'm sorry to the anime people, okay? I'm trying not to be super uncharitable here, but you just have to say, look, their cope is that because he has so many like conflicting identities that he's not an actual VTuber fan. I'm sorry. This dude is obviously a fucking VTuber fan. And it's like when the couch cuck shot those 2 Mexican kids in New Mexico. It's like, I mean, he had a forum account. He was an admin of Encyclopedia Dramatica. I would say he was much more ED aligned than that, but you can't deny that he had a forum account. It's not the forum that radicalized him. I'm not saying that Pippa Pipkins was like Peppa Pipkins. I'm not saying that the rabbit was like, go kill people, Sugoi. Okay, I'm not saying that, but I am saying that that he was a fan, and denial of such things is cope and seethe. Oh, okay. I'm being told, I'm being corrected live that when the Pippa PMC group showed up, I forgot to read the message. Our Pippa PMC rolled up to see the boss, Pipkin Pippa, today. We received our orders and some good morale-boosting words. Thanks for seeing us, Pippa. We're forever loyal. So she did not discourage the military fatigue people and apparently gave them a rousing speech, presumably by banging on her desk and being like, I don't know. I don't want to try to emulate like VTuber Hitler, but you understand where I'm going with that. So what happened is that he got into trouble because he went to one of the No King rallies, and I want to say got into a fight with somebody and then got arrested. Here we go. I think this is it. Oh, he was a counter protesting at the No Kings thing. So he showed up like in his fucking bullshit and got arrested because he got into a fight. No libertarians here. Libertarians are cringe. Show us where your Asian wife is, sir. Sir, we heard that you like VTubers. You gotta come with us. We got a few questions with you. Yes, you are. You are being detained, sir. You are being detained. Drop the anime. This is a lawful order. Drop the anime magazines now. I don't care that she's 5,000 years old. Canonically, sir, we're not asking this. We can talk later. Drop the anime now. Always comply, Chad. Don't bother fighting. So after he got arrested, I think he got charged again and was arrested later. And what happened is, the reason why this guy now has a thread, in case you don't know, Throng here, shout outs to Throng. I'm afraid I'm going to have to get messy. After the drop Kiwi Farm stuff, all the VTuber people in the Kiwi Farms moved over to a different website. They started up on their own, and Throng is one of the moderators on there. He is also one of the moderators for Pippa Pipkins chat, and I believe he's a moderator for Kirsche's Discord as well. So when he heard that his queens were being portrayed in a negative light by this bizarre weirdo pedophile Nazi tranny, he rallied the troops and immediately doxed this guy and got all this information, which props to him. However, I believe his intentions are the sort of thing where it's like, look, we're going to disavow this guy like as hard as possible so that nobody can point to this and say he's a VTuber fan. And I did a poll. I added a poll. So after 300 votes on the Kiwi Farms, 59% said that he's a real fan and 41% said that he's a false flag. I did another poll on Twitter and the results were more favorable towards the VTubers. Let me find it real quick. So I'll just read you the results. Okay, after one day, it got 1,894 votes, of which 51% said it was a false flag and 48% said it was not a false flag. So it was a very, very close poll. I suppose I can do a poll in my actual chat as well, and we'll see what they have to say about this. So poll: real fan or false flag? Question mark. Real fan, vote 1 for that. False flag, vote 2 for that. I think that's how that works. I haven't done it in so long that I forgot how to do it. Okay, that is it. So you have to type in exclamation point, vote 1 for real fan, exclamation point, vote 2 for false flag. And I'll let that run for a second and we'll see. I imagine that my audience is going to be particularly unfavorable, but we'll see. All right, with 100 votes in, which is about all I can get with forcing people to type. It is about 75% for yes and less than 25% for false flag. So as I predicted, my audience is a little bit less favorable to the VTubers. VTuber femboys actually outing themselves in chat. Yeah, something like that. So I'll call it there. 75.61% said real fan, and the remainder 24.39% said false flag, which I think, I mean, like, look, you don't get to decide who your fans are, okay? I'm not saying that the VTubers told them to go be a fucking weirdo or to get groomed or to read of Storm and Steel, okay? I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that he was a real fan, okay? And then, okay, so someone sent this to me, I think, since I'm being extremely uncharitable anyways. Mongolian Mongoose went ahead and dug this clip out. So here's the context for this. I don't know how old this is. I'm assuming that this is really, really old. But I honestly don't know the timestamp at all. So what happened is that Kirsche, or Kiesha, or Kirsch, if you prefer, was donated a model. And the theme of this was that she was given a lowly model, which I am informed is how you pronounce that according to Pippa, okay? I remember I was watching a video where they were discussing lowly together, right? And Pippa made the observation that there are two kinds of VTubers. There is the Opie, and then there is the lowly. The Opie is an adult woman with large breasts, and the lowly is the little girl. So you have to choose one. When you're deciding how you want to compromise your dignity and become an animated marionette character on the internet, you have to decide if you want big breasts that bounce as you move around, or if you want to be flat-chested and kawaii, okay? So for a gag, she decided to become a low lie, okay? And they had an interesting conversation while playing a game. Someone joined the game with an interesting name that you might be able to see on the screen, which I'm not going to read. And we'll let them discuss this chat.
Username? Oh, they like your username, Luna.
Oh, sorry. That was not a random viewer. Apparently, Luna joined under the name, this name over here that you can see.
Username? Oh, they like your username, Luna.
Oh yeah, Moonman.
Classic.
Moonman, since
Yes?
I am now a lolly, are you going to be licking me?
I will.
Oh
On
my
my way.
god. Oh my god. I love getting groomed.
Oh my
Does it
goodness.
mean it's just a cat licking a lolly?
Yep.
Or is the lolly licking? Who's licking here?
Why not
The
both?
lolly is licking.
I love finding shit like this and playing it to 3,000 people because the discomfort is actually palpable. I can't help it. I'm a bad boy. Okay. I take every possible bridge and I take napalm and I just die, bridges, die. It's called Internet Juche Chat. I stand under one flag and only one flag. The Kiwi Farms flag. I am a mountain. I am an island. And I have no bridges to any other islands. It's just us. It's just my moral fag, Kiwi fags, and me versus the whole fucking world, chat. That's enough of the VTuber shit. This thread, by the way, it's really a ride, and it is a testament that you should not let your children have unrestricted internet access. His backstory is kind of sad. His father died, I think, when he was like 9 or 10. So he hit puberty and had unrestricted internet access. He had a single working mom. His father died, and the clutches of Discord are unforgiving and merciless. And they dragged him into the abyss, kicking and screaming. There's a video of police hauling out his computer. So he's under arrest, I think, for like battery at like the protest. Never go to a protest and counter protest, by the way. Echoing a sentiment from Sam Hyde. So if you don't take my word for it, take Sam Hyde's word for it. Never go to one of these fucking things and counter protest. It's like the quickest way to fuck up your whole life is to get into a fight over some stupid bullshit. This protest changes nothing, so there's no reason to go there and fight people and get arrested and get a criminal record for that shit. But he did, and then I think they reviewed his internet history and saw him talking about child porn. Oh, I didn't even mention he eats shit. There's tons of videos of him jerking off covered in shit. He apparently even sold videos of him jerking off covered in shit to like shit related porn sites. So yeah. Anyways, they went through his internet history and they saw that he had talked about child porn. So they took his computer, and I imagine he probably doesn't have the means to hide that from the police. So he might get CP charges, and then his life is basically just over. We love our cops, our law enforcement. And it's very funny when shit like this happens and people are very embarrassed by it. Oh, he was also big into VR chat. This is something I know nothing about. I don't own a VR headset, and I have absolutely no interest in being in VR chat. I thought VR chat was like a weird gimmick that came and went because I don't hear much about it. But I feel like the reason why you don't hear much about it is that it did come and go for like the overwhelming majority of people. But there were some people who got sucked into it and now are like nonstop gooning in VR chat. So he's involved in that shit as well. I know absolutely nothing about VR chat. But yeah, apparently like all the legitimate entertainment value that came from VR chat is like gone, and all those people that made it popular are gone. And all that's left is like Discord gooners using avatars to like masturbate now. So I don't know what's going on with that. I imagine VR chat is like the natural evolution of Second Life. So you have like these extremely mentally ill people who have these avatars that are like preposterous, and they're just like in these social circles that are embarrassing. That's my probably what VR chat is. It's VR Discord. Okay. VR chat is Zoom or Second Life. Yeah, that's what I feel like. I feel like that was a good comparison. I'm not one. I don't have a headset. I don't have a VR headset. And I had no interest in it. I'm not, believe it or not, chat. And this is probably my saving grace. I'm not much of a social butterfly. You know how in The Sims there's like a social meter, and if you don't interact with anybody for too long, your character goes insane because you have to be like social. I have the introvert personality on The Sims where your social meter never goes down because you don't talk to people. I'm like that. I have a friends group of like one person. Okay, I actually more than that. I have like 3 people I will talk to on a weekly basis. One of them is a lawyer. And then the other 2 are just like nerds, and occasionally we talk about cryptocurrency. That's it. That's my friend circle, and my social meter never goes down because I am content in my life. Okay, so I never are thinking like, God, I'm so lonely today. I want to strap on a VR headset and like talk to people about Pippa Pipkins. Okay, I never have that urge. It just never comes to me. I'm done talking about this. Next, Ashley Zoe Fox. I mentioned him last stream, but before then, I haven't mentioned him in years. Ashley Zoe Fox is one of the most ardent Kiro the Wolf defenders when the Kiro the Wolf stuff happened, and because of the AMC Plus documentary about Kiro the Wolf coming out, they're interviewing him. I've not been interviewed, by the way. They're doing this fucking documentary, and I was at the forefront of this shit. The Kiwi Farm is at the forefront of this shit. Nobody's talking to us, so I'm assuming that this is going to be them polishing, glazing the Hero the Wolf situation so that Wikipedia can pretend that the furries did all the work themselves and the Kiwi Farms had nothing to do with this. But actually, Zoe Fox was interviewed, and he says, "The furry detectives unmasking a monster in my filming experience, the director Theo Love, and producer Julia Lindau were awesome during my interview and day of filming. They do not want to harm the furry fandom. They are simply telling a story. It's fucking glazing. Just like any group, whether it be furries or cosplayers or anything else you can think of, there are bad apples. The docuseries shows how furries banded together to try and hold the bad apples accountable. Except they didn't. Except Ashley Zoe Fox in particular was out in the front of this debacle, running fucking defense for Kiro the Wolf, and had nothing to say negative towards him until 2 years later, where he finally admitted for the first time that Kiro was probably involved in the Zoo sadism group. So this is fucking gay as shit. Apparently will air at the Tribeca Film Festival on July 17th. So it's wrapping up already. So there's no way that they're going to correct anything. And they took some photos. 99% of the segment was regarding Kiro. The first part shows we were friends when it came out in episode 3 and 4. It will show after I found out he lied to us. For the record, I'm 100% against Kiro and his action. It took 2 years for this fat faggot to come to this decision. I can't believe that anyone's still backing him. I'm not going to ruin the documentary. Kiro straight up lied to the director's face during filming. Nothing about furball. And then you got like a little souvenir, I guess. So they're handing out souvenirs to the people that ran defense for Kiro the Wolf. In case you forgot who he is, by the way, to throw back to a different time, this was a DMCA takedown notice where he basically tried to get every single page of his Kiwi Farms thread taken down, citing that people were infringing his copyright. By the way, his other usernames were Lil Pup and Lil Rugrat. So if you want to try to imagine what Ashley Zoe Fox looks like in real life, I think we have some good fodder here to Actually, we know what he looks like in real life. This fucking asshole. This shit. I stand. That's a fun image, isn't it? That's a great image to have right in the front. This guy surely is going to be a reliable narrator who's going to tell you exactly how it went down for your AMC Plus documentary. Fucking hacks. So he did the DMCA thing. And then he also did this. Defamation of character. Legal complaint. Defamation of character as well as leaking private information not available on any other site. It is a hate crime, as they have been notified on several occasions that I am a transgender male to female and go by female pronouns. Yet they continue to commit libel by calling me a he and referring to me as my previous male name. There are several 20+ pages on this thread, and they are all just as bad. Please remove them all from search results, as I am a YouTuber, and these show up on the first page of search results. Thank you in advance. Oh man, I need to feature this fucking thread. Did anybody bother to post this shit in his thread? No. Here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna do some hardcore jannying. You ready? So the way this works. Existing thread. Actually, I don't need that one. I want this thread. Then under that, he DMCA'd this thread and tried to report it as libel because we called him a he, LOL. I did not somehow copy this URL correctly. Sorry, this is important, chat, because I'm going to feature this because fuck them. And one more thing, okay. This, by the way, was his original reaction to the Kiwi Farms investigating if his best friend or whatever was actually involved in animal torture groups. That's Kuro on the right, with the fucking head for his fursuit. Let's see what Ashley Zoe Fox has to say about people investigating Kuro and his animal abuses.
That damn Kiwi Farms.
I love that. I love that fucking guilt in his voice.
That damn Kiwi Farms.
I love that Rick and Morty shirt too.
That damn Kiwi Farms.
That damn Kiwi Farms. Don't worry, buddy. Don't worry, Jim. The damn Kiwi Farms will not be mentioned in this documentary, so you don't have to worry about it. It's going to be a heckin' wholesome big chungus story about how furries rose TF up and fought the fascist. AMC Plus is running a documentary about the Hero of the Wolf Zoo sadism stuff and is interviewing Fox for information. Okay, I will feature this. Get this thread up. Just shit it up. Jet it up. Okay, one more weird Shroon adjacent thing. Here we have Space Station 14 drama. In particular, there is like a schism in the Space Station 14 community over licensing. So I don't even have the capacity to understand what the fuck is going on in the Space Station 13 drama. There's apparently like transgenders and groomers involved, and they're arguing with each other, and they're doxing each other, and they're fighting over licenses. So this guy, Moonheart08, posts in the Simple Station Einstein engines, you are violating the MIT and AGPL licenses. And then he writes all this shit about licenses. And then the official response from the developing team is, that's a lot of words. And then says a GitHub issue was never the correct place to bring this up, regardless. So at some point, much like with the furry drama, I'm gonna have to take like an actual step into this and figure out what the fuck is happening, because these people are like eating themselves alive. This is the issue, by the way, with people. Is there's this meme. Hold up. Let's see, XKCD and standards. This is one of the most true things ever pinned into comic form. It's an XK. I know XKCD is not popular because he votes for Hillary Clinton, but whatever. How standards proliferate. See AC chargers, character encodings, instant messenger, etc., etc. Situation. There are 14 competing standards. 14? Ridiculous. We need to develop one universal standard that covers everyone's use cases. Yeah. Soon. Situation. There are 15 competing standards. This is very true. Everyone, for whatever reason, and not for whatever reason, it's just human nature. People don't like to contribute to somebody else's shit. Nobody, especially free stuff like code. Nobody wants to really get on somebody else's ship and start giving people free shit and not get any glory. Okay. So everybody, when they start talking about making Space Station 14, instead of people getting together and like in a communist utopia, deciding which way the comrades and the glorious Soviet Union will progress to developing Space Station 14, they instead argue and bicker and fight with each other and make 20 different competing Space Station 14 like engines and counterparts and shit, right? And then they all try to like use copyright law. As a good communist would, they all use copyright law to fuck with each other. And eventually I will develop the requisite autism to investigate such a thing, chat. All right. Let's see what our boy Billy Mitchell is up to. Billy Mitchell has bought an RV. He says, thanks, Carl Jobs Gaming. I'll be closing this one soon. Can't wait for the equity in your home to arrive in my bank account. He is sitting in front of a brand new luxury RV. I think these RVs, these nice luxury ones, I want to say that they're like $250,000. I can't remember. I looked at an RV like one time because I thought when I came back to the US, maybe I'll just get like a Starlink or put my Starlink on top of an RV and just RV around. And I'll save money that way until I can buy something permanent, right? Then I discovered that an RV is more than a house. So it's like, okay, I guess I'm not doing that. Billy Mitchell does not have to worry about such things because Carl Jobs Gaming is working for him. And the equity in his home is going to him. And the ad revenue from his videos is going to go to him. So Billy Mitchell, the king of Kong, has the luxury to just buy one of these RVs, not because he needs to save money, but because he wants to go RVing around the beautiful, pristine, wonderful, amazing, natural wonders, God's gift to the United States, our national parks, our beautiful, untamed wilderness. And see it for himself in the United States of America. My grandfather, he's a veteran of foreign wars. I think he was in Vietnam. I think Korea was before his time. I know for sure he was in Vietnam. He had a story. I don't know if this is true. He tried to say one time he was a parachuter and he was deployed at random. They just said you got to get on this big cargo plane, right, where they jump out of. It's like those transport planes. And they were in the air for like 20 hours. He said it was like an abysmal experience because you're just sitting there in this transport plane and you have no idea where you're going. You have no idea what's going on. And you're just in the air and you don't know how close you are. You have no idea how far away you are. And then they just randomly yell at him, okay, you got to jump out of this fucking plane. And they jump out and he realizes he's in Haiti. So this transport plane had just been circling around Haiti for like 20 hours. And that's all. I don't remember anything else about this story except that he said it was in Haiti. So I don't even know when we invaded Haiti, but I think it was in Haiti at some point. Anyways, my point is that he was a veteran of foreign wars and he refused to leave the country for any reason. Like the family tried to get him to take trips outside the US and he says, no, there's everything that you want to see in the world you can find in the United States. I'm never leaving the US again. So that was that was his decision in regards to vacations. He's never leaving the US again. If I want to see a mountain, there's Rockies. If I want to see the rivers, there's the Mississippi. If I want to go see a waterfall, you got Niagara. I ain't fucking leaving again. Next. Chantal. Speaking of never leaving, Chantal, I mentioned last stream, was having a little bit of a kerfuffle. She had abducted a kitten from the streets, which caused her many A-logs to completely lose their fucking minds and start contacting people inside Kuwaiti City, As it turns out, Kuwait City has a serious issue with stray animals, and as a result, the handling of animals is quite strictly regulated in Kuwait. And also, they have strict finance laws, as many countries do, in regards to collecting money for charitable purposes. Paws Kuwait was a animal shelter that could accept money for strays and stuff, and they took issue with Chantal raising money for a stray animal. She only raised like $70, but they were still pissed off about this, in particular because they were concerned that she had taken a kitten away from the mother. And apparently that was a crime. So Paul's Kuwait's attorney asked the prosecutor of Kuwait City to press charges against her for both charity fraud and also for mishandling a stray animal. This caused Chantal to flee the country, literally, and now she's back in Canada. The situation that she finds herself in is that Salah, her husband, is unable to travel to Canada because he is a Syrian. So let's take a look. I actually brought this up. This is the map of, this is a very interesting comparison of the most powerful passports in the world. If you were ever thinking about becoming a passport bro, this website is very useful because it shows you how many countries you can go to visa-free. If you are from Canada, green means you can just show up. You can just take a plane to that country and you will receive an immediate visa for between usually 30 to 90 days upon arrival. You don't have to ask for permission to visit that country. So if you are traveling to Kuwait, for instance, as soon as you show up, you get a 120-day or 90-day visa. If you go to Turkey, you're no issues whatsoever. You're there for 90 days, right? And then if we look at this, this is one of the best passports in the entire world, by the way. I think that it's one of the highest. You can actually just show them, by the way. So the UAE is the highest passport in the entire world, which is a bit surprising until you realize that the UAE has very few actual citizens, and the citizens that they do have are all wealthy as fuck. So that's why the UAE can go basically anywhere except the US. Spain, number 2. That's I don't know why Spain is particularly higher than the rest of Europe. Actually, I wish I could. Let's compare Spain and France. Where can Spain go that France can't? It's all the same. Malawi? Is that the only country that's different? Oh, no, wait. French people can't go to Nauru. Fuck you, France. Your passport is weaker than Spain's because you can't go to Nauru, which, if I remember correctly, is actually the lowest tourist destination in the entire fucking world. Is like a Pacific island that nobody fucking goes to. So Nauru putting the French in their fucking place. All right. Fuck the French. That's a good foreign policy right there. Anyways, Canada can go to Kuwait City. This is Syria's passport. Now, let's zoom out a little bit and compare the two again, just so we can get a good contrast. Canada, Syria, Canada, Syria. You might notice, you have to squint, a lot more red for the Syrian passport. So if you have a Syrian passport, the number of countries you can go to visa-free is 6. You can go to Iran, Malaysia. Can I just show the green ones? The Dominican Republic, Haiti, Micronesia, and of course, good old Palestine, though probably not the Gaza Strip. Actually, maybe even the Gaza Strip. So that's your options if you're a Syrian. If you're Canadian, you have quite a few more places that you can go to, okay? So, I did the research. I compared and contrasted these two passports. The number of countries that she can go to without a visa, that he can also go to without a visa, because they're too fucking lazy to get a visa, is Haiti, Dominica, and Malaysia. So there's actually 3 that they have in common that they can go to. I would recommend for them Malaysia. What do you guys think about this? Do you think that they can survive in Malaysia? I think they've even... she went to Thailand, and he couldn't go. Because I remember this. And then while she was there, she went to like this floating city and it caught fire. That's not even a joke. There's this really keynote picture of Chantal, and she's at this weird Thai like city that's like built on a lake, and it's all wood. And somehow, while she was there, it literally caught on fire. And there's this really keynote picture of this fat bitch in a hijab, like head to toe in black, like standing and smiling in front of the smoldering ruins of a floating Thai city thing. So very, the city sunk. No, it caught on fire. Maybe some kind of oil tanker did submerge and then exploded, and that's why it caught on fire. But that fucker was on fire. So I think Malaysia will work out for her. She's currently sulking and being fat, as it were. Here we go. Just sitting there in her room, smoking edibles. For whatever reason, whenever she goes back to Canada, she immediately starts smoking weed again, like uncontrollably. She said she has an issue with weed, so she's high as fuck and in bliss. Waiting for her husband, Salah, to reunite with her. Is she bald? I think so. She wears a hijab, bro. She can't show her bald head. The Prophet Muhammad said that that's haram, bro. Oh my god, what the fuck? Bro, what? Why are you just showing off the diabetes foot? Can we add... Does Chantal have a Wiki Feet profile? Can we get this on Chantal's Wiki Feet? This is a great picture right here. Awesome. Life is good in Canada. All right, next. Styx, Hex, and a Hammer. Styx, Hex, and Hammer, as a quick recap, was once a very, very popular political commentator. How he achieved this is a mystery to the entire world, but after Trump was elected, he was one of the foremost political commentators on the internet. He had thousands and thousands of viewers watching him for his hot takes as a based libertarian gigachad who wore leather for some reason. Over time, his popularity waned because people discovered that his takes actually suck, and he is a faggot that worships a gay demon named Stolas, and he has little cartoon character drawings of Stolas in his house. Styx also became a alcoholic. He drinks perpetually. He drinks alcohol live on stream. He drinks alcohol secretly live on stream. And then he went down to, he gropes his girlfriend in the most uncomfortable video ever put on the fucking internet, live on stream because he's drunk and a retard. So then he goes down to Nollings with a girlfriend and he has a little bit of a kerfuffle. And he chucks his telephone, his cell phone, at his girlfriend. Now, he says that he was simply throwing his phone. She demanded to see proof if he was cheating on her, and he was. And when she looked at his phone, she saw evidence that he was cheating on her. And then when she became upset, he became very upset himself, and he chucked his phone. Now, his story is that it was a complete accident, but he did peg her with his phone. Now, apparently, while he was drunk and throwing his phone around, he said that he had a Glock on him. So he was carrying a firearm during this confrontation. And he said, "No, stalker child, if I was actually trying to have a domestic, I would have simply shot her or brandished my weapon. I could not have possibly intended to cause her any distress." Like, that was his actual defense, and I'll play the video in a second. So he got arrested. She called 911. The police showed up and like, you can't be chucking shit at your spouse and shit. That is a DV. And so he was arrested and spent a weekend in jail, where Jeremy Hambley was the one he had to call with his one phone call to get bailed out of jail. Because apparently he just doesn't have enough money on his fucking own to post his own bond. So Hambley bailed him out. And then he returned to New Hampshire, I believe. Or Vermont, one of those two states, and has been going through the judicial proceedings for the last couple months. Now, at some point, the prosecutor in his case committed suicide, which Styx took as evidence that his chaos and this is not a joke. If you like, I always like to imagine what somebody's thinking if they're listening to this stream for the first time, because it must just sound like I'm making shit up. So this guy who's like a dark wizard, he believes in he doesn't believe in prayer. He believes in chaos magic. So you start like envisioning bad things happening to your enemies, and then your gay owl demon Stolas like makes your wishes come true, because you sold your soul to the demons or whatever. And he was wishing bad things to happen to his prosecutor, and then he killed himself. And then later, New Orleans got hit with snow, I want to say, and it was like this historic storm. And he was like very smugly talking about how his chaos magic was causing people to commit suicide, and to cause New Orleans to be blanketed with snow because of his supreme magic and stuff. It's called chaos magic or some shit. He actually believes this. I'm not joking. The ruling has finally come in after much anticipation. He was tried by judge, by Zoom. Defendant Tarl Warwick appeared represented by Jared Bradley. The defendant elected for trial by judge, and I'm not sure why. I know you have a right to a jury. I'm not sure if there's like considerations when you have a misdemeanor trial, or if you have to pay for a jury in a misdemeanor trial. Because if you want a jury trial in a civil case, I think you have to pay for it, even though you have a right to ask for it. So he might have decided that he didn't want to pay for a jury trial in a misdemeanor. That's my speculation. I'm not a lawyer, but that's what I'm thinking. Because otherwise, why the fuck would you get a bench trial? Generally, you never win a bench trial ever, and you should basically always invoke your right to a jury trial. So Eva Ripple represented the state female judge in a DV case, and you elect for a bench trial. Now you guys know how I am. I'm a good boy, okay? I don't think evil misogynist thoughts, right? But I wouldn't. I wouldn't do that. That would not be my choice, chat. If I was in this situation and I was having a little bit of conversation with Stolas about what to do, all right, I would not choose this. Defense requested sequestering of witnesses. State requested sequestering of witnesses. State evidence, rebuttal. The judge's verdict for defendant Tarl Warwick: domestic abuse battery, first offense. Defendant found guilty by judge. The defendant was issued and signed a protective order. Defendant to appear via Zoom for sentencing on July 15th. Victim to give impact statement via Zoom. Notified defense counsel. Tarl Warwick, 6 hex and hammer 666. Despite the chaos magic of the gay owl demon Stolas, was no match for our boy Jesus. And Jesus has found him guilty of domestic abuse battery. So let's talk about the righteous punishment coming. This is from an attorney website out of Louisiana that I found that explains what the possible consequences for being found of domestic abuse battery in Louisiana are. A fine between $300 and $1,000, jail time for 30 days to 6 months, which is almost always going to be deferred as probation or parole or whatever. You know how that works. However, the statute does say mandatory 48 hours in jail. But don't get too excited, because when he was arrested, as I mentioned, he didn't have the money to post his own bond. So he had to beg the quartering to post his bond for him. And so he actually spent more than 2 days in jail when he was arrested. So even if he gets 2 days in jail as a sentence, he already has his time served. And almost always, I'm not familiar with Louisiana 100%, and they are a little bit weird because they're French. Chances are he's going to get time served. But it is possible that the Honorable Judge Eva might give him a week of jail time. And then he would have to, I don't know how that works. If you have a week of jail time and you live in New Hampshire and you're sentenced in New Orleans, does that mean that can you like turn yourself into a local jail in New Hampshire, or do you have to actually pay travel expenses to go to jail in New Orleans for a week? I imagine they have something where you can go to jail in New Hampshire for 5 days or whatever, and you don't have to pay to go to New Orleans to serve your time. I'm not sure how that works. But that's what he's facing. As always, please consult the graph. Nothing ever happens. Probably not going to jail, but he might. however, as even though nothing ever happens, there is something that has happened. Now he's a base libertarian, Giga Chad demon worshiper chat. And when you think of base libertarian demon worshippers, what do you think of? Asian wives and guns. That is basically the only facets of the libertarian identity that are consistent. So there's a little caveat in United States law. The Second Amendment affords all American citizens the right to keep and bear arms. However, we have yielded a couple of Second Amendment rights over time to certain laws that as the Constitution states, no freedom shall be abridged without due process. So if you've been convicted of certain crimes, you lose certain rights. And there is a federal statute that means if you get convicted of domestic abuse, even a misdemeanor, in any state, you permanently, irrevocably lose your right to keep and bear arms. So after this verdict, he will be ordered to turn in his weapons to his local sheriff, and he will never get them back. And the reason for this is that the number one cause of murder in the United States, deliberate murder, is a domestic partner shooting his wife or girlfriend or ex-wife or baby mama. That's if you're listen, if women were animals, if women were dogs, yeah, the natural predator of the woman would be her boyfriend. That is just how it works. So in the United States, we do take people's weapons away if they are convicted of any sort of domestic crime, including domestic abuse, battery, first offense, misdemeanor. So it's over. He lost his guns, which means that he will only be half a libertarian, a cursed libertarian. He will live a libertarian life, but only half a libertarian life, because what is the purpose, chat? Wait, hold up. Chat, I ask you a question, okay? What is even the purpose of being a libertarian if you can't do this? I don't even know. It's a great question, chat. Okay. People get mad at me and doing. I haven't shot it yet. I know there's no bullets or shells in the gun because I've not shot it yet. I'll have to get around to that. It's harder to find a range that lets you use shotguns than it is to find one that lets you use a rifle, chat, or a handgun. You have to go to certain ranges for that. Of course, once I have actually fired it, I will never risk the dreaded ND. I don't know what a desk pop is. Stop asking me that. I don't know what that means. All right. Oh, there's a video to play of Mr. Stolas himself lamenting his life. Actually, he's not lamenting his life. He's coping and seething. You ready?
All right, everyone, getting out in front of it. Yes, I was found guilty of battery just earlier in the New Orleans Parish Courthouse. And I disagree with some of the evidence that was allowed at trial. Let's just put it that way. Thankfully, now that the case is over, I'm allowed to actually explain my side of the story before somebody else is allowed to explain theirs. I'm sure that there will be 1,000 rumors swirling, and the people that don't like me, they'll be talking all sorts of shit about me. First and foremost, this does not involve my wife. It does not involve beating anyone. I did not punch anyone. I did not draw a gun on anyone. I did not hit anyone with a baseball bat or any of these things. What happened is this. I was inebriated in a hotel room with my ex-girlfriend, and we got into a bit of a squabble. because she was texting with another dude, and I believed that she was cheating on me, or at least at least digitally. And she handed the phone to me, and what I saw was, questionable in nature. I later found out this is ex post facto, so it's not evidence pertinent
Oh,
to
I got
this
that
case. I
wrong.
later
I thought that he was cheating on her. It's the other way around. He's a cuck. He's a cock. He's a gunless cock, chat. What the fuck? This just keeps getting worse.
found out she did send him nudes.
I have a question for anyone who's familiar with Wiccan or dark chaos magic. Can Stolas prevent you from becoming a cuckold? I need this for scientific purposes.
I'm not going to name her, by the way, because that's not necessary or proper or potentially even legal. Anyway, I tossed the phone back onto the bed, but because I was inebriated, it accidentally hit her in the side. Now, I've been found guilty of battery. Under Louisiana statute, you should be able to show intent in order for that charge to stick. Of course, unfortunately,
What he's complaining about is that he's saying he threw the phone and the phone hit her, which is all it takes. In case you're wondering, all battery is, especially in DV charges, is you physically contacted somebody against their will in a aggressive or violent manner. That's it. And DV charges are very strict because people in domestic violence situations are extremely annoying, and the police and state legislators don't like dealing with them because they're so fucking annoying. So if you call in a domestic violence charge, almost always somebody gets arrested. Either you're getting arrested for abuse of 911 or they're getting arrested for battery. So you can't call 911 to show you're serious, and then when the police show up, they go, oh, he good boy, he didn't do nothing. Oh man, we sorted it out, officer. Like either you're going to jail or they're going to jail. Somebody's going to fucking jail. That's how it works. And the domestic violence charges are usually extremely cut and dry. Do you have a partnership with this person? Do you live together? Yes. Okay. So we don't have to decide if you're boyfriend, girlfriend, or married or anything like that. It's, do you live together? Yes. Okay. You're domestic. Did you make physical contact with them in a way that was violent? You threw your phone and it hit her. Battery. Domestic abuse, battery. That's it. That's all you have to prove. And the reason why is because they don't want to get into court, because this shit happens all the fucking time. Be like, oh, I didn't mean it. I was just throwing my phone, and she's not even my girlfriend anyway, so she can't be my domestic partner because she's not my girlfriend. Sure, we live together and we have sex, but we're not boyfriend, girlfriend. So she's not, like, courts don't want to deal with this trash shit, Jerry Springer fucking nonsense. Live together, battery. All it takes. And he's complaining that there was not intent. But even if he didn't intend to hit her with the phone, he intended to throw the phone. And when you throw a phone at somebody, you are intending to do so. And if you hit them, it's then battery with intent. Because you should know, as the mens renus or whatever, the Latin word for the criminal mind, you know that when you throw something towards somebody, there's a chance you're going to hit them. So that's all they have to show. Did you throw the fucking phone? Did it throw at them? Yes, you have intent. So he's complaining like, I didn't actually mean to hit her. Well, bitch, did you throw the fucking phone at her? Yes, you had intent, retard. That's how it works.
I was found guilty anyway, probably because I have a penis, honestly. I did not intend to harm my ex. I did not materially threaten her, despite the fact that I had a Glock 17 on my fucking hip. That never happened. I did not beat anyone. I did not brandish a weapon. I did not do anything like that. So I'm just getting out ahead and saying, I am not a violent individual. I am not an insane individual. Well, I may be insane, but not, in the criminal sense, and so forth. So I just wanted to make that clear before all of the rumors begin circulating. Yeah, which I'm sure that they will. Oh, Kino Casinos, they have a fucking field day with this once they read OPSEC. Go have at it. It's all good. So just to be clear about the actual facts of the case, I should not have been found guilty under Louisiana state statute, but I chose not to testify, and I believe that was probably a bad decision because I could have explained all this before.
This fucking retard. This absolute fucking imbecile thinks that if he went in front of a Louisiana female judge presiding over a domestic abuse situation and just explained his side of the story, he would be off scot-free. She would go, oh, so you didn't mean to hit her with the phone? Ah, geez, dude, I guess that means you get to walk free. Bang, bang. This motherfucker would be locked up for life for attempted murder. He tried to drive that phone through her fucking skull.
For the court in literally less than 4 minutes. Whoops. Oh well, it doesn't really matter. Since my sentencing is via Zoom call, I'm assuming I'm probably getting probation. Anyways, I wish the alleged victim well. You know, do your own thing. Leave me alone, basically. That's basically all I can say. And dudes out there, please, be careful about who you date. Just saying. That's about all.
Well, I think we can agree with that one,
Peace out.
Sticks. Don't make bad penis decisions. Bad penis decisions are bad life decisions, chat. And don't throw your phone at your girlfriend. Don't commit domestic abuse battery, chat. It's a bad idea. That's it for Stolos. Okay, so one legal issue into the other. This is something I need to put together like a list of the shit I need to do more research into, because I've heard about this and it's so profoundly like retarded but I've never taken the time to look into it. So Rational Wiki is like a super far left political wiki, right? And they have like a bunch of like smear articles about a ton of different people, including like really powerful people. Rational Wiki and its administrators have been targeted with 6 defamation lawsuits and now 8 more. Between the site itself and its administrators, there are 14 ongoing simultaneous defamation lawsuits targeting their website. And it's like, okay, you know, Section 230 is like a really quick way as an absolute defense to dismiss a defamation lawsuit. The problem is that if you have 14 concurrent lawsuits in like 14 different jurisdictions, that means you need like 14 different attorneys, and the retainer of an attorney starts at $5,000. So to even hire 14 different attorneys to start responding to these cases, you're talking about what, $70,000 just to start. And some are going to have higher rates. Some are not going to be sympathetic to your case at all. So, and you know, if any of these pass any kind of smell test, and by the way, if you have multiple defendants, you can't have the same attorney usually. So if you have, in a worst case scenario, 14 cases against both the site and then its administrators, it's $70,000 plus in times X. Basically, like how many other parties to this are involved. So in the worst case scenario, like for instance, if you have 2 administrators per case, that's 70,000 times 3, basically, in terms of how much money you have to spend just to pony up to start fighting these defamation lawsuits. So it's like a devastating shotgun attack against Rational Wiki. It makes me kind of nervous, to be quite honest with you. So I really need to look into this and figure out what the fuck is going on. By the way, there's a really, really excellent quote in this, by the way. I don't know if I can. They're demanding, all caps, we need people to step up to the fucking plate here. No plans for the future of Rational Wiki work without you. And then the Rational Wiki Foundation might have to shut the fuck down. All caps. Oh, and their board members, Spud and Cosmic Debris, who were named as in the lawsuit, they've already stepped down. So now they have no board members and they can't operate. So like shit's falling apart in real fucking time. And there was a quote in this, I can't find it just scanning it, but the words Discord-based decision-making show up. So I'm assuming what they're trying to say is like, look, we're going to coordinate with our community better and make decisions with the assent of our community so that our community feels more responsible for the wiki so that they give us more money because we're being sued by 14 different parties. So we're going to make some Discord-based decision-making. But I feel like Discord-based decision-making is a bad idea and isn't going to work out in your favor at all. So I like I said, I need to look into this more, but I just want to make you guys aware that Rational Wiki, which is a super old site, it's been around for a long time, It's being sued by 14 different people at once. And there you go. From one lawsuit to another, Ethan Klein, H3, is suing 3 people himself. He is suing Denims, he is suing Casey Tron, and he is suing Frogan for copyright infringement. Actually, now that I've said that, I need to play the actual video because it's one of my favorite videos of all time. Yeah. Here we go. This is the good shit right here. Oh no, is it not going to load? I still haven't figured this out, by the way. I tried my best to fix this, and it still does not want to play. Well, I'll play it on the other browser, and I'll just play the relevant part to save you time. Here we go.
Stop right there, criminal scum. Oh ho ho, what do we have here? Playing copyrighted musics? You're under arrest for copyright infringements.
Playing of copyrighted musics is illegal under the Copyright Rights Infringement Law of 1999. You thought you could get away with it, did ya, you little bitch?
Huh?
Bitch,
Did you?
Guilty motherfucker, guilty for life.
Fool.
This is basically what's going to happen to Casey Tron, Frogran, and the rest of those terrible, horrific copyright infringements. Ethan Klein is alleging that those 3 parties conspired to deprive him of the reserved market for his intellectual property. And he alleges this because they basically say that they are doing that. They're basically saying that in their videos, they say, like, if you guys enjoyed watching this, it's the content nuke on Hassan Piker, by the way. And he says, if you guys enjoyed watching this video and not giving that slimy Jew H3 any money, make sure to give me a like and subscribe. And all 3 of them made statements similar to that, where it's like, they're making it obvious that their restreaming is less about providing insightful critical commentary and more about allowing people to bypass H3 and view the video indirectly. So yeah, he's also suing 2 Redditors for conspiracy because they were helping they made a list on Reddit basically saying, like, so the Hassan Piker content nuke dropped, don't watch that slimy Jews YouTube channel and give them ad rev, watch on base Casey Tron instead. And then according to H3, they provided no transformative commentary. I think all of them even did a chair react where they just got up and left the video playing the entire time without saying anything. So his arguments are pretty strong. The issue with his lawsuit, though, is that he's very flippant about this. And there's a thread that has the actual documents in it. And I think I can just open this up and show you the documents. Sorry, I should have had that pulled up. But you open it and it's very silly. Like the caption for this image is "The Nightmare on Denham Street," or this Frogan reacting by exiting, and then she's like getting up and leaving. So it's like there's like whimsical, silly captions and jokes in this, and I don't feel like that's appropriate. And I understand that there's not like a legal basis for that, but I feel like even from a PR perspective, you know, lawsuits are life ruining. If you drop a lawsuit like this against a regular person who's just getting by day to day, and you suddenly are adding a $5,000 attorney's fee into their, you know, existence budget, their life is ruined basically. And you can bully normal people into forsaking their constitutional rights by engaging in lawfare, and people do it all the time against weak targets. So I always feel like if you're going, oh look, there's even like, like quotes here. Time to watch the new content, nuke ethically. Hell yeah. Thank you guys so much. I appreciate everyone's support and thank you for watching it with me. I came for the H3 Snark Reddit. I found my way to the Reddit. Can I use the bathroom, please? I'll leave it playing. So it's just, you have to, when you file something like this, you have to understand that you are really ruining someone's life. And you should probably pretend that you give a shit, and you should probably pretend that you have suffered serious injury that can only be remediated by the court system. And I feel like any kind of display less than that is flippant and obnoxious and abusive. And in the video, by the way, he basically is saying like that he set this up as a trap. And I'm aware that that's very common in lawfare. You know, you set traps so that people will step over a line that makes it very clear that they're doing something illegal or that violates your rights. However, to admit that like your entire purpose of doing this was to entrap somebody so that you could sue them for copyright infringement also feels very flippant and disrespectful to the system. And it's just really grimy and sleazy. I know that H3 is suing like the 3 worst people ever. Like the 3, I have nothing good to say about any of these fucking crusty freaks. Denims in particular, I don't know how she pulls 6,000 people per stream, because she is just like the most mid-era bitch that has ever fucking lived. But she's got the meaty flappers out, so all the people who actually watch Twitch seem to be like the most low IQ people on the fucking planet. Just the most easily milked whales that have ever existed. So like, I have nothing good to say about them, but it's like he's being kind of like a dickhead about this, to be quite honest with you. And then they both started up jump scare, by the way. They both started up GoFundMe's. Casey Tron's goal, did that go down? I swear that was like at 341, and then I refreshed and it was 1336. So Casey Tron has a $100,000 goal. And in the first 24 hours, which are the most important for a fundraiser usually, she has raised less than leet dollars, probably because she has used the worst image you could possibly fucking use for the purpose of crowdfunding for this litigation. So she is 1.3% of the way towards her goal of defending against this Jew. By the way, his attorney's name, and this is the scariest thing about this whole lawsuit, his attorney's name, Ram Barnissim, the most Jewish name I've ever heard in my entire life. That is a terrifying name. If you get a lawsuit from Ram Barnissim, you're like, oy vey, oy gewalt. It's another Shoah. What the fuck? So she's not doing too well against this. And then this is Denims. So she's got the meaty flappers and didn't put a horrific image as her thumbnail. So her goal of $100,000 has been met 215 donations at $6,500. So 6.5% of the way there in the first 24 hours. Now, Hassan Piker could fund both of these lawsuits completely in less than a single month's worth of income. Will he ride with his stands, or will he let them suffer and hang them out to dry? We will see, chat. We will see. In addition to this, I guess because Casey Tron's litigation fund has been so terrible, supposedly she is doing what the kids call crashing out. Now, I haven't watched these clips, but I will watch them together with you, and we will enjoy together. The Twitter account Usurped the Chef says Casey Tron, besides being a walking reminder that smoking weed every day can lead to visually negative side effects, thinks that the only reason... This guy, is, by the way, is a Destiny simp, and he's saying, oh yeah, those weed smokers sure are bad, huh? Talking to somebody who takes prescription Adderall like fucking Tic Tacs. Thinks that only reason she's being sued by Ethan Klein is because she made fun of Destiny. So let's watch this video.
Like, I'm like, why does Ethan Klein know of me? You know why? It's because I pissed off that Destiny sex pest freak. And I know that Destiny's viewers are probably in here right now because, you know, they're Ethan's viewers too.
You know they're obsessed. It's like
yes. Yes. And I've been calling Destiny out on being a fucking
tranny. Who is she talking to? That guy's gross back there.
Freak for, I don't know, longer than anybody else. I'll tell you that. And guess what? I was proven right. Your little fucking sex pest god or whatever. He's a freak. And he's not as smart as you think he is.
The last time I heard him. That stream is like audio visual fucking terrorism. Casey Tron apparently has gotten fat. I don't know who she is, but apparently she's fat now. And yeah, that was terrorism to listen to that. XOXO at Joship Girl says, Casey Tron responds to Ethan Klein's lawsuit against her. Blast you, Ethan Klein. This no good motherfucker with his ugly ass wife. Fucking cunt. Wait a second, chat. I didn't know that Ethan Klein had a wife. Did you? Oh, wait. Here she is. I love that clickety clack sound so much. I just have to let it play out. Fucking cunt, she adds. So let's listen to this one.
Blast you, Ethan Klein. Blast you to fucking hell. No,
Bitch,
like.
Bitch, your mic is clipping. Your mic is clipping.
What the fuck? Oh, this no good motherfucker and his ugly ass wife.
What's wrong with her?
Fucking cunt.
What the fuck's wrong with this bitch?
God.
Why is she talking like that?
No, let me tell you.
Is that Taco Bell? That's Taco Bell. She eating Taco Bell. She just got hit with that lawsuit, so she on stream, she breaking up the fucking quesadilla for that one. That's relatable. Just got hit with that lawsuit. Well, time to break out the DoorDash. I got some coping to do today. These are great clips. I'm having fun. Casey Tron this is by Joship Girl again, saying Casey Tron is gracefully bringing lawyers from her chat on stream to help in her lawsuit against Ethan Klein. This chatter says Ethan's suit has no basis! Exclamation point. All right, let's see what a real attorney has to say here.
Suit once before for a domain name, and it was they went after me like about they even went after the fact I smoked and stuff like that. So
they
that's
went
why
after you for smoking weed too. Oh my god!
Even though it was legal.
Right? Like, oh my god, how can...
Yeah, what the fuck is with the fart sound effects? Does everyone in this sphere have like a fascination with pee-pee poo-poo farts? Because Ethan Klein does it too with fart. What the fuck is going on?
They do this to me. What were you gonna say?
Oh no, just
Dude, she is fucked up. This isn't weed either. Like, I've been around people who are stoned. I listened to Bossman Jack, who's like a big stoner. This is not weed. This is like weed and SSRIs mixing or some shit.
You've handled everything like gracefully and perfectly so far. So
I'm very graceful.
Keep ignoring the insults. That's all I want to say. And yeah,
I'm very graceful as she pounced down a fucking taco. What the... What the fuck?
Gonna say.
And there's fart sound, dude. What the fuck is this shit?
And yeah, just lawyer up as soon as you can, if you can, and you know this will go away in a second.
Just eating into the mic.
No basis for any of this, like literally.
I just found this worse.
What is happening on this stream? Why is this such a nightmare?
Ethan Klein,
Twitter
you have no
Casey
basis.
Ooh, she is so cool.
Literally,
$6 for
you have
legal
no
defense.
basis.
Just subscribed.
No, and I'm going to be bringing all of my chat lawyers on call.
This is a nightmare. This is a nightmare. This stream is a fucking nightmare. How the fuck does this bitch have 3,000 subscribers? What the fuck is this? What? I can't even believe how bad this stream is. I'm like psycho audio visually fucking battered by watching this 50-second clip of this fat bitch eating tacos while this lawyer simps for her. And she's eating into the fucking microphone, and she's like high on pills, and there's fart sound effects and like lotto sounds as she gets done. What the absolute fuck is going on Twitch? This stream is literally indistinguishable from the gutter slop on Kick. Kick has completely raped Twitch now. Like, if this is what's considered like a high performing stream on Twitch, Kick has literally fucking like cunt punted Twitch to the fucking curb. I don't know. God, what the fuck, man? That's crazy. awful, man. Is this like is this like a restream? I'm tweeting this. Okay. I feel very strongly about this. So that is the not the H3 update, I guess. That's the Caseytron update. Apparently, as soon as this lawsuit dropped, she streamed for 8 hours, like completely fucked up, eating Taco Bell. Like, that's not what I would do. Whoa, buddy! I don't have a thing to tingling. I need do I need a wait? I have some Allen wrenches on my desk. Can I do that? Wait, this will work, right? Wait. I need to hit both sides at once. Yeah, this is it. Yeah, this is it. This is the same. This is basically the same thing, I think. Retard alert. Okay. Next. Synthetic Man. This is another clip I have not watched, but I also did not watch this one because I wanted a live reaction to it. Synthetic Man's father came on stream. He decided to interview dear old dad. And apparently there is a tradition on Synthetic Man's streams when he does an interview, because he's an anime chud. There are certain fascinations that you just can't get away from with his type. And it's a tradition for him to ask every person that does a interview on his stream this particularly invasive question, which reminds me of Nick Rekieta. It makes me wonder if Nick Rekieta got it from him or vice versa. But he decides to even ask your old dad this question. You ready?
Well, is it time for the question since the next super chat is on? Okay, Par Sexy, thanks for the 5 pounds. Balls or no balls? Answer the Fuda question sent Dad. Okay, here we go. So, Dad, there's this Japanese thing called Fudanari, which is essentially another word for hermaphrodite, meaning a woman who has both a vagina and a large penis, right? So the question is...
Wait. It's Japanese. There's no large penis.
Well,
and he's like so unamused by that because he has to heckin' respect Japanese culture and penises. That's funny.
Anime girls. They're anime girls with huge penises.
Okay, I got you.
That's the whole point. They're anime girls with huge penises. And so the question is, would you rather they have testicles on the outside or on the inside?
That's interesting. I'd rather they not have testicles or a big dick either.
Well, that's not an option. Sorry. No, you can't weasel out.
Just do they have balls or not? Do you think they have testicles or not?
No balls.
No balls.
No balls.
Okay, you don't want balls. That's gross. Balls
okay.
Is gross.
Well, but they still have the penis. It's where their clitoris is, right? The clitoris is a giant penis when they don't have the balls.
Okay, this is very uncomfortable questioning.
No.
Dad tried to play along with this for a little while, but then he's having to actually start like mentally articulating what he's trying to describe to him, and he's like sets down his foot and is like, "Bro, what the fuck?"
No.
Like he answered the question.
It's
no
not
balls.
uncomfortable.
He said no balls.
You
It's
can't.
fine.
All right, fine. No balls.
Even his co-host is like, please stop asking your dad this. He's already answered it. You don't need to continue this line of thought. But Synthetic Man needs to know: does his dad want the testicles or not?
Wrong answer, by the way. I'm not sure I'm your son anymore. Actually, after that. Anyway.
And then he's laughing. That's so. Ooh. His dad doesn't even comfort him and say, "No, son, I'm proud of what you do." He's just like, "Yeah, I'm really considering cutting you out of the will now. I might go buy an RV with your inheritance." Actually,
that was the question.
No penis. How about that?
No, that doesn't even make sense, Dad.
They have balls but no penis. Okay, it's fine though. You answered.
Yeah, you answered the question.
See why you're not supposed to have me on this?
Yep.
No, that was great. That was actually, people thought you'd react worse than that, but I knew you better, so it's fine.
Do they always have a vagina? Now I'm curious, Chad. Explain this to me. If they don't have balls, do they have? Is there like is there like penis and then testicles and then vagina, or did the balls like swap out the vagina? They do have a vagina always, even if they have testicles. How does that fit? Like anatomically, how would that fit together? It depends. Look it up on Stream Pussy. It's anime. Very carefully. It's under the balls. So the Fuda always has a vagina, even if it has testicles. Ask Flamenco. Yes, because futards are mentally ill. Okay. I see. No, I was because I was trying to think about what the fuck he's saying. And it's like, where would the balls go if you have a vagina under your penis? That don't make no damn sense. If you're into that shit, you're fucked up. Because where the fuck would you put it? There's no room, is what I'm saying. That's retarded. That's straight up fucking retarded. You might as well be sexually attracted to latex gloves because that shit don't make no damn sense. All right, next. Speaking of penis, we have Wings of Redemption lamenting something.
Like, if you want me to be 100% truthful, I think I'm sick.
Bro, if you have a vagina on your gooch, where's your prostate? It don't make no damn sense. It's nonsense. It's fiction.
I hope I'm wrong.
Wait, let's replay the clip. I forgot. I didn't hear what he said. I was too angry.
Like, if you want me to be 100% truthful, I think I'm sick. But I hope I'm wrong. No, like, it's hard to say it, but like, my testicles have been feeling weird lately.
I thought Wingo was losing weight. Wingo looks fatter than ever. He looks like Review Tech USA. He's like morphing into Review Tech USA now. He looks just like him, kind of.
It just kind of got me scared.
He's like tearing up. His testicles hurt, so he's crying. Dude, SSRIs are like the scariest thing in the entire world to me. SSRIs are like, you have a medical concern about your testicles. And instead of just scheduling an appointment with, you know, the oncologist, or what's the word for proctologist, and getting it checked out like a responsible adult, instead of addressing your concerns head on, you're going to cry about it on stream and seek condolences and comfort from anonymous people on the internet. That's like SSRI behavior. An adult man, he says like, oh, that feels funny. I should get that checked out, and just goes and gets it checked out. But then the SSRI zombie seeks to avoid any kind of confrontation and instead seeks to have comfort from strangers and kind words. And it's just like, it's so terrifying. It's like the moment you get put on that shit, you're not like a fucking human being anymore.
But I'm almost at the point where I don't want to even go get it checked out. I don't want to know.
Does a proctologist not also inspect testicles? I mean, he's down there anyways, right? It's kind of like how ears, nose, and throat are all joined together. Surely your testicles and your prostate are joined together, right?
I've been holding on to it, and I haven't been wanting to say it because it's just going to...
You go to a urologist for your testicles? Really? You would think a urologist would be like gender neutral, and you'd have like a testy doctor.
I have a bunch of people ask me stupid ass questions about it. It is what it is. Well, I've not been diagnosed with anything yet, so it could be nothing. It could just be in my head. But let's leave it at that. So right now, it's just all hearsay. It's just something I'm concerned about.
Someone said that cum doesn't come out of your ass, but your prostate's what makes seminal fluid. Your seminal fluid comes from your prostate and ejects the semen from the testicles out of the penis. So penis, balls, and prostate are all working in unison to create ejaculation. Therefore, there should be a doctor, like ears, nose, and throat, that works with penis, testicles, and prostate, which I assumed was what a proctologist was. But now you're telling me that it's a urologist. And even though that doesn't make any fucking sense, because your kidneys create urine, and that don't make no damn sense.
All right, let's not talk about the doctor no more. Talking about the doctor will result in a banishment, even if you're a mod. Let's not go that. Let's not go that route.
You brought it up. You brought up that your balls feel weird, and then you're like, okay, I'm gonna. After 1 minute of grilling, you're gonna be like, okay, I'm gonna ban anybody. What is this like a Keemstar directive? Keemstar Fuhrer Directive 1488. Everybody has to have cancer on my stupid fucking show. Okay, what doctor inspects testicles? A urologist. That don't make no damn sense, because women pee and men pee. So you would think a urologist would just look at like kidneys and the urinal tract, okay? But a proctologist deals with the prostate, which ejects the semen from the testicles. That seems more reasonable than the urologist. That's fucking weird, bro. That's fucked up. Urologist is a male anatomy doctor? What? Urology isn't about pee? It's what? Are you shitting me? What's a female urologist then that does like UTIs? Does that always go to the gynecologist or gynecologist? I always pronounce that wrong. Really? Bro, that's weird. I didn't know that. Okay, this is making more sense now. This is making more sense. Okay, chat. Okay. Did I take health class? No. From Florida, you fucking retard. I'm a dropout, you dumb motherfucker. No, I didn't take no fucking health class. I got expelled. In the 10th grade. What are you thinking? Health class. Okay, look. This is an important conversation for adults to have. To figure out where you got to go. Now we know. Wings of Redemption's testicles feel funny. He should have gone to a urologist, chat. He should have gone to a urologist. Okay. Awesome. I feel educated. One more thing. This is again from our boy Nigger Psycholog, which is Dutch for Negro psychology, keeping with our Juneteenth theme, which has had absolutely no impact on the stream whatsoever so far. DSP is apparently in the gutter. He apparently is begging harder than ever before. And I have taken a gander at DSP streams vicariously. And basically, it's really weird. DSP has tried to adopt the Kino Casino mannerism for grifting, where, you know, PPP is like really aggressive, and that's one of like his biggest put-offs, I think, to most people, is that he flat out just says, like, can we, like, someone gives him like 10 subs, and he's like, 10 subs, buddy, you got to give me 20 subs for this. And some people find that funny, and other people find it really grating. So that's one of like the biggest turnoffs for Kino Casino for most people. But as I've said many times before, if you're funny, you can get away with a lot more than if you're not funny. PPP is very funny, in my opinion. If you disagree with that, you probably hate him. Because if you strip away the fact he's funny, he's a fat, loud Canadian. And if you're not laughing along with him, you're probably grating your fucking teeth in misery, okay? PPP is funny. Darkside Phil, not funny. Darkside Phil is one of the most painfully unfunny people that has ever lived and has ever maintained his streaming career. So when Darkside Phil gets on his stream and says, I hereby declare that I will get 5 Subaruskis right now, it doesn't work because he's not funny and nobody gives him the subs. And then it's kind of like crowd diving. You know, it's a big, when PPP says, I got to get 50 subs for this. If he doesn't get 50 subs, it's like he tried to crowd surf and everyone's like, holy fuck, there's a fat guy trying to dive into the crowd. Run the fuck away. And it would look really bad, is what I'm trying to say. So he has to stick that, basically. And if you stop sticking that, you got to stop the shtick, because otherwise you're going to look like a fucking retard. Darkside Phil doesn't understand that, and he never sticks the landing. So he tries to do the crowd surfing thing by saying, give me 5 subs, and he jumps off the platform, and he gets nothing. He gets no money. He gets no donos. He gets no subs. And he just looks extremely fucking desperate. It's one of those things where it's like, either it's hot, and you know, when the business is hot, you can do no right or no wrong, and when the business is cold, you can do no right. It's like that. If you're not hot, if you're not the hot young thing, okay, you can't do the give me subs or, you know, shtick. It doesn't work. He hasn't learned that, and he's mystified utterly and completely by the continued success of the Kino Casino and his continued failure. So he has started to really ramp up the begging. So Pig Go is a site that I think was ran by somebody who was on the forum, and then he got really pissed off at me, or I banned him or some shit. So now it's not associated with the forum at all. But he is begging so hard now. He's actually begging more than he's ever begged in his entire life. So if you just type the word support into this thing and you see the trend, I think these are aggregated by month or by week, maybe. I think by month. In the last month, the last 2 months, he has used the word support in his streams more than 1,500 times. So across all of his streams for those calendar months, he has said aloud to his supporters, I need support. I need your support. I need support to maintain the show. 1,500 times. Which, let's just do the math. I assume that he's streamed, because he does it like a job, like a normal job. He does like 8 hours a day, 5 times a day, 4 weeks out of a month, right? So that's 160 hours, I think. Yeah, that sounds right to me. 40 times 4. So then we divide, I want to say 1,500 by 160, and it's almost 10 times per stream, or per hour. 10 times per hour, he is telling his audience, I need support. That's what that amounts up to. If he's streaming 40 hours a week, which I think he does, and he's streaming 40 hours a week every week, he's saying this 10 times an hour, man. 10 times an hour. He's saying, you got to give me support. In just the word support. He's not even saying like this isn't also super chats. He's not saying chats or Venmo or donos or any other word. He's just saying support. Which is really quite incredible. Such as, by the way, if you go to maddie.live/support, that actually works. I forgot I set that up. It'll take you right to the page to show me how to give me money. Someone said I got to learn how to grift more. It's true. I do have to learn how to grift more. I'm a shitty grifter, chat. I find it embarrassing to ask people for money. I haven't gotten over that yet. That's why I'm such a shitty grifter. So that's the DSP update. Hats. I'm not doing hats. Play Freebird? Maybe. He relies on whales, yet also bans them every time they tip anyone else. What could go wrong? Yeah, that's what I mean by Twitch being like the lowest common denominator. I think that everybody on Twitch is like mentally fucking handicapped. I was reminiscing about DSP because this came up in chat, which is why I looked at it at all. But I was talking about how Darkside Phil makes a living off of a very, very small audience. I remember that there was a thing that was published by Twitch directly. And it was like a thing for TwitchCon, just kind of explaining how well or how much money people make. And they showed a graph of the streamers that had, it was like, oh, it was supposed to be like streamers with the most loyal fans. And Darkside Phil was like #1 by a huge mile. Like the amount of money he extracts per viewer is absurd. It was something like $20 per person, and the next highest was like less than 10. So he's able, like for every eye on him, to extract the most amount of money conceivable. And through this mechanism, he's been able to support himself for however many years. Even though he's had like a dwindling user base of viewers, basically. So his entire model revolves around having long-term whale retention and extracting extraordinary amounts of money from each one of them. So if he has like whale burnout or bans his fans, which he's been doing increasingly often, you know, it gets worse and worse for him. So yeah. Next, Fish Tank has been going on for a while. I don't watch it, so I have nothing to say about it. However, I do make an exception for Fish Tank in one occurrence. I did a whole stream on something called Deagle Nation. There was a guy who was associated with MDE called Jan Rinkowski, former administrator of the Kiwi Farm. It's a very funny story. I would always recommend the Deagle Nation stream to anybody who's not seen it. He has been occasionally reinvited by Sam to do skits for various Fish Tank related things as a character called Xavier Ravenblood, which is a fan favorite on the Kiwi Farms because of his history with the Kiwi Farms. So I've not seen these. His whole thing, by the way, and it's really difficult for me because you know how I am with cringe stuff. He is like deliberately as cringe as possible. Like he thrives in that. That's like his favorite form of comedy, is like this post-ironic cringe shit. And it's really hard for me to endure, but he loves it. So here we have our boy Xavier Ravenblood making his entry. Let's see what he says.
Can I do it, Grandma?
I don't know why there's a magician in here. I'm gonna be real with you. I don't understand that.
How do you do that? How do you do that? There's a missing bit where his body is. So on one of the metal.
I can't counter spell. Excuse me. I'm sorry, you're not spell. I use a man about it.
So did Sam hire like an aged magician for this show to do like ring tricks, and he's like a washed up drunk, and now Jan is fucking with him? Is this what's going on?
Do you have Thank you very much for I have the action on person. I absorb magic. Thank you for going downstairs. Am I supposed to put up with this guy? Yeah. Put up? Where's the producer? You're being unprofessional. Excuse me. Excuse me. I'm ready to build the show.
Why did the camera switch? I was watching my boy Jan Rinkowski argue with a drunk, washed up musician doing ring tricks. God damn it.
You're doing master swordsman. I don't believe yourself prepared for two, as you can barely handle one.
No, I'm fine. You got this.
How are you now?
You got this.
Let us let fate decide.
We're off together. We shall.
Okay.
Okay.
He better kick this bitch's ass. He did. He's been practicing with the. Look at this. This is dedication to the bit right here. Look at this. Look at this strike right here. This is like a proper, like bam. Oh, she's dead. She's fucking dead. And then like the look at that pose. He just immediately goes into like a proper stance. Proud of him. This is this man's dedication to his bit. This is what we call comedy. He just hits her with the stick.
That's three. There's one. Don't go back.
He stumbles. proper MDE bit. You need the adult male with swords beating a woman skit for any. There's just like ass crack in the middle of my screen. Okay, now a man. Let's see if it looks like iDubbbz kind of. Let's see if Jan can keep up now.
Oh shit, man, he's getting you. Give me back. Oh shit.
Why does Jan get two katanas? That seems unfair.
That's good.
He's disarmed. He's disarmed. He's swordless.
You've captured a bit of your honor.
This is literally exactly like playing pretend in your backyard as a kid. How did Jan lose his swords? What did he do?
I find myself a bit more amused. However, It's odd that a 36-year-old alcoholic.
Look, that woman. She sees clutter on the floor and just instinctively.
It's odd that a
This goes against the table. This doesn't belong on the floor.
36-year-old alcoholic.
It's just instinctual.
Is the most athletic one in the house. I suppose not terribly odd. Glorious, glorious.
Okay. Jan being silly. I got you. Always appreciate seeing Jan is not dead in a gutter somewhere, chat. Always appreciate it. Always appreciate it. The fish tank people, by the way, are some of the best. They it's like a weird thing. The full moon hits, the fish tank season starts, the fish tank thread just explodes, the fish tank chats live, and I have almost no issues with them whatsoever. It's really just really nice. And when it's like a migratory pattern of like a strange exotic bird coming from Panama or something. It's like, oh, those are here now. That's nice. JFG is celebrating the 2-year anniversary of his wife being dead. He says, "This week marks the 2-year anniversary of Mama JF leaving our home and fully disappearing in spectacular fashion. To this day, she has not been found, in spite of massive efforts of authorities to locate her. Before leaving, Mama JF had obsessively read a new example of permanent record by Edwin Snowden, which she has just bought, and explained that all cell phones are traceable and things of that nature. She left the family with many things, including a Bitcoin debit card which had $20 worth of Bitcoin dust left. Today, I spent the dust on a burger and chicken nugget for the family. This one's on you, Mama JF. Wherever you are, know that we are all doing awesome." That's the one. If you have a dead wife, I think that those are the words that are most meaningful. If your dead wife could hear you speak to her, those are the words that I think she would want to hear the most. We're doing fine without you. I think that's really the parting sentiment. If you could talk to your deceased loved one, I think that's really the parting sentiment that she would appreciate the most. Really, this guy really is just a master of romance and knows exactly what the ladies want to hear, and is not like a fucking deranged psychopath at all. Awesome. Update on the body cam front. So in prong 1, Hardin had asked for the judge to reconsider his insane decision to classify evidence as not evidence. The judge denied that, and he denied it in a very meticulous way. However, it's not over, of course, because there are many other avenues to be taken, and we will pursue them all to the fullest extent possible. Chat. But he did really, really go out of his way to try and issue a very meticulously crafted opinion that tries to shut off as many angles of appeal as humanly possible. However, the main thing that he does is he says that on all matters of law, Hardin is completely correct. And that if this had been entered into evidence, then it would be public record and you'd be able to get the body cam footage. No questions asked. So on the matter of law, Hardin is admittedly, according to the judge, completely and totally correct. However, what he disputes is the matter of fact, that it was entered into evidence. And the issue is that the judge is basically not allowing him to argue or demonstrate that this was entered into evidence, because he's just shutting this down as quickly as possible and undoing his own decisions and his own determinations that it was entered into evidence. So the only course there is to appeal it and to try and get a appellate court judge who will listen to us, to make this distinction and say it was entered into evidence and is therefore evidence. And since the judge agrees on matter of law that if it was evidence, it should be publicly available, all we have to do is get an appellate court to hear that it was entered into evidence. As it turns out, by the way, the Minnesota appellate courts, state appellate courts, are some of the most appeal-friendly appellate courts in the entire country. They have an acceptance rate of something like 15 to 30%, which is much, 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 much higher than the rest of the country, which has an acceptance rate of like 1 to 5%. So in terms of states to appeal in, Minnesota is actually one of the most favorable states in the entire country. So an appeal is actually being entered right now. I think they filed it today that they're appealing this decision. And I remind you that this is only prong one. Prong two is the actual FOIA request, which is a different civil case lodged against the county and some of its agents. So that's still ongoing. We will pursue this to the ends of the earth. Yeah. Also, no, I don't want to say that. I've learned my lesson, chat. Never talk about stuff. Things are happening, chat. Just trust me. Trust the plan. 2 more weeks. Rekieta not having such a great time, in fact. Upon hearing, this is his literal actual face celebrating his win, by the way. This is his actual face, elated. Pure joy. This is as good as it will ever get for him. He's having a big win. He did a 45-minute long victory lap around us because he won prong one in the lower court. So this is him absolutely elated to hear that he's a winner. He's a big W carrying Chad. And let's take a listen to what he has to say here, chat.
En masse towards the target and hope that one hits a bullseye.
He's talking about our legal strategy here. Farted. Nick Rekieta sharted on live stream. Now you may remember a similar incident where Ethan Ralph sharted on live stream. And Nick Rekieta listened to this on live and made a scrunchy, silly face at Ethan Ralph sharding, and this almost caused Ethan Ralph to go after his entire family. I think Ethan Ralph actually did specifically call his children like disabled looking mongoloids or something. Rekieta is very, very concerned about his children, by the way, which is why it is completely inappropriate that anybody watch the evidence that he entered into evidence with the body cam footage, because his children in it, because he's so protective of them. Not protective enough to keep his house clean or his children safe from cocaine, and also not protective enough to keep distance from somebody who called his children retarded because Rekieta made a silly face at him farting. He is now the farter himself, chat. Nick Rekieta has to bend the knee to Ethan Ralph. Really tragic. Sucks to be Rekieta. Next, we will have to reintroduce the News Hamster. News Hamster, please come back. Okay.
Good evening, and our main story tonight. In what appears to be a significant escalation, internet sensation Bossman Jack has lost it all again.
He lost it all again, chat. Can you fucking imagine this? So Bossman Jack is out of fucking jail. Hallelujah. We're all extremely pleased to hear this, chat. So as it turns out, he's back to the gamba. He's getting his reloads. He's playing with raw, real cash, as he does as a Chad. His official sentence from the 2 courts that were keeping him down was probation. So his probation was just extended by 70 days. So you know what? He's in good standing. He's just got to be safe. He has to be safe and clean from drugs, chat.
No! Bro, that's so fucking... Oh my god, how rigged is that? How fucking rigged is that, dude? Oh my god, dude. Dude, what? Not right now, man. Dude, stop. Hold on. Just give me a second. I got my stream on. You're in your underwear. Stop, dude. Wait. God damn, bro.
I got my stream on and you're in your underwear. That's something you either say to your girlfriend or your dad. I'll let you pick.
Oh. Fucking hell, what are you doing? I fucking... What, dude? What? I'm not doing anything, bro. Nothing. I fucking was cleaning up. Yeah, I was looking for a little piece of weed, okay? I'm not doing anything, dude. I'm not doing anything.
He's confessing to his father that he was picking through the shag of his carpet, looking for bits of weed to smoke, which would be a violation of his probation.
I'm up at 12 a.m. I'm just got home from jail. I'm not using drugs. I'm on probation. I'm on probation, Dad. Okay? I was looking for a little piece of weed. I knew there's a little piece of weed on the carpet somewhere. I know there is. Okay?
Those seem like contradicting statements, chat.
You're a hateful person. It's 12 o'clock. No, it's not. It's like 2. I'll go to bed in 30 minutes. All right. Oh my God, no way, dude. Oh my God.
Oh my God, no way, dude. Tragic. Also tragic. You may notice that the avatars of the Bossman Jack thread have a Sonic the Hedgehog in them. A couple of them. There's one there, one there, one there. See the next page. See if there's more Sonic the Hedgehogs. One there, one there, one there. Why do all these people have Sonics? And the answer is that beloved forum user Keys H was a Sonic the Hedgehog enjoyer. Keys H was a daily participant in the Kino Casino chat, which is the name of the Bossman Jack chat. It's a pun. And he was there every day until one day he wasn't. And Keys H went very fast away from our sight. And not our minds and not our hearts, chat. As demonstrated by the fact that Bloitshole climbed Mount Olympia. And at the top of Mount Olympia, at the monument of the highest point of Mount Olympia, he dropped a monument to Keys H, who's missing. There's a $2,000 Gamba plane from one of Bossman Jack's games for anybody who has information leading to Keys H being found safe and secure. So this now sits at the highest peak of, what mountain is it? I thought it was Mount Olympia. Oh, Mount Olympia in Greece. So that's why it looks weird. I was confusing it with Mount Olympus in Washington. No, this is Greece. He's in Greece. He's at the top of the highest point in Greece in Mount Olympia, where the gods themselves were said to live. And he ate some nice, tasty Greek food, I guess, but also more importantly, he brought Keys H with him, chat. Tragic, indeed. We all miss him. Come back, Keys. You are loved. Now, on the opposite end of the spectrum is somebody who is very much not loved. And this is Cog, also known as Cognitive Thought, I think is his old name. Cog, of course, Dosser Cog, Jobless Johnny, the Angloid A-Log himself, had a little bit of a coming to Jesus moment. And I don't want to sum this up or spoil it. I'm just going to play it.
Screen just thinking, because I've been so focused on why the fuck I was in tears yesterday. Out of nothing. And aside from the fact that I've done well in my life, right? And I'm going to point this out to anyone who's atheist, right? I can only put it from this perspective. All my life, I've been sat here like, everything I've done on my own, right? If it wasn't for me, I wouldn't have built a channel. If it wasn't for me, I wouldn't be doing streaming. If it wasn't for me, I wouldn't be here right now, right? So I did that, right? I did that, right? And yesterday, when I went into church, there was this flood of realization. It's not me. I have been almost like a vessel. I know only in like slight, but I've been a vessel to God. I don't mean that in some sort of prophetic, I'm not, I don't mean it like that. I mean it in a point of view of, I know with Ralph, it's just pointing out sin, right? I know with Ralph, it's just pointing out sin, but I've been a vessel. This is really hard. It's easy while you had a drink, but it's hard for me to say this and get through. And this is probably why I was crying so much yesterday. But I'm a vessel to point out the lack of sin within Ralph's life. And I'm not saying that that's my end or be all. I will probably just do that as a critical person. The point I'm trying to make is just that's where I'm at right now, is that I'm just this vessel. I'm not in control. And you've got to stop believing you're in control. I know that sounds really hard for you to understand, and I get that, because I've been there. But it's not. And even as I sit here explaining this to you, that feeling of sick, that feeling of the alcohol that took me for a second, gone. I'm actually starting feeling great from just being able to explain that to you. It's almost like there's a weight lifted off me just from explaining the basics in my head to you.
Okay, first of all, take down that American flag. Fuck you. Why the fuck are you having an American flag? You're fucking Angloid. You'll never be anything but a fucking dirty fucking Angloid. Get that fucking flag off your wall. You have no right to wave that flag, motherfucker. Second of all, to kind of recap what he's saying, because it was ramblemmatic and insane. He's saying that he was ordained by God as a vessel for the message of Jesus Christ to stream on YouTube, calling out the sins of Ethan Ralph. That is literally what he's saying. And he's talking about his accomplishments, which is running a YouTube channel, as if it was like a great thing that God put him on earth to do. I would like to show you something that I took a screen cap of for this thread. This is Cog's channel. These are his most recent videos. Ethan Ralph eats cat food and Keanu Thompson blocks me. 456 views 9 hours ago. Keanu Thompson, Gabe Hoffman, and Ethan Ralph are all clout-chasing hypocrites. 327 views streamed a day ago. Happy Father's Day. 191 views. So he's banging on his chest like this. Boom, boom, boom. It was me. It was me that built this channel. And then he goes to church and he takes a knee. He's crashed to the ground by the weight of Christ and says, but it wasn't me. It was God that did it. Motherfucker. God ain't doing this shit. God ain't doing this shit for you. This is pathetic. Like, what I say here is like, imagine like the like if it was true that God's plan for cognitive thought was to put him in this position, it's like realizing that you're a sim in The Sims 4 and your only purpose in life is to be tortured by like a clumsy idiot. You know what I mean? It's like what a depressing, soul-crushing thought that this was God's plan for me, was to be in a childless relationship with a stinky Pajit wife and Council Flats streaming about Ethan Ralph to an audience of 10 fucking people for videos that get less than 1,000 views each, less than 200 views each, just getting by, surviving off welfare, calling out the sins of Ethan Ralph, an irrelevant nobody who has less than 200 fucking viewers on an average stream now. That's your lot in life. That's like I think they're called super parasites. They're parasites of parasites, and they're called like super parasites or meta parasites or something. And then there's even like meta parasites. And I think there's even meta parasites. There are parasites that are parasites of parasites on parasites. That's cognitive thought. He hatched from a little insect egg, and his job is to feast on a parasite that feasts on a different parasite that feasts on a larger parasite that feasts on an actual entity, which in this case would be the United Kingdom. It's just like, I don't know, man. I guess good for him. This is some true myth of Sisyphus shit, is waking up one day and realizing that you're a level 4 meta parasite feasting on parasites 4 levels deep, and to revel in that and be like, I was chosen by God, don't you know? That's some real fucking myth of Sisyphus shit, where you're like, yes, my life is meaningless. That's the difference between nihilism and absurdism. Nietzsche says, life has no meaning. All dour and shit. Albert Camus says, life has no meaning, and is very happy about it. And that's basically cognitive thought here, breaking down into tears, happy, realizing that his life has absolutely no meaning to it. Thank you, Jesus. That's pretty fucking philosophical. When I really sit down and I start digesting the nuance here, that's pretty fucking special. That's pretty magical, chat. Interesting. That's it. ending there on a high note with cognitive thought. Oh no, I'm wrong. There was one other thing. Speaking of meta parasites here, somebody hit me with a little something special. I did not get to see this in real time because I was a busy boy. And I meant to talk about this last stream, but I didn't get around to it. So somebody just forced this on me and said, look, talk about this shit. A couple weeks ago, Jim, who has been very quiet as of lately, got into a Twitter slap fight with Ethan Ralph. And I never got a chance to actually review the slap fight, but I have been gifted 20 screenshots of their Twitter argument. So going in completely blind, we're going to get to talk about Jim and Ethan Ralph having a Twitter argument. And we'll see if I can make it through all 20 images. Ready? So this is it. Ralph says, the thing that really kills this guy the most is that I just don't give a fuck. I'll be there when you die. I will torment your wife. I will piss on your grave. It's not a joke. And she will have nothing but her wasted youth and memories of an impotent burden who couldn't make her come or even knock her up. Enjoy the weekend, Augustine. How would I make a weak woman do something she didn't want to do? Well, I would describe it here on Twitter, but I didn't say she would have a choice in the matter. You won't be around anyway and are an atheist, so don't worry about it. So I guess he's saying that he's going to rape Jade. That is a very audacious thing to say in public. Doom says he got 53,000 views to your 41K and still only pulled 85 likes. And he says, you shut your mouth, bitch. And this is a nice picture of Ralph with his eyes all googly from the time that he got his shit slapped in Portugal. Ralph says, you're still begging for my attention. Must have really pissed you off to have gotten punked today. I'm shopping for extra toys for my son tomorrow at the moment. Jade can have her Somali brood when you kick the bucket or maybe get knocked up by one of your troon fans. So this appears to be an edit of Anime Avenue, which is Jim's room. He put in a very, very fat person and then put what I think is allegedly Jim's face. I can't remember. I think that image comes from an old DUI mugshot that I can't remember if that was actually him or not, but that was alleged to be him. And then that looks like, who's that guy that was like a Dick Show guy? And I hate him. His name was like an R, like Randy or something. Is it Gator? Right? I thought it was is that Riley or Gator? I honestly can't tell. It is Riley, isn't it? It's not Gator. Gator's bigger. And then there's a cartoon girl in the corner, implying that it's an anime rape dungeon chat.
We talk about.
Okay, so this is a video from Jim. Ralph says, the thing that really kills this guy, I read that. He says, Ralph, you can't even piss in the toilet. How are you going to piss on my grave? It doesn't even have to be shaped like a Modelo bottle.
You talk about me jacking off to Nikki Haley. I'm gonna jack off on your fucking casket, you cocksucking son of a bitch. And you ain't gonna be able to do shit about it. You understand? I'm going to come nut all over your fucking grave. Do you understand? And if your mama's dead by then, I'm gonna come on her grave too. I'm gonna come all over your grave, and I'm gonna come all over her grave. That's what I'm gonna do to you and your mother. And you can't stop me.
The best quarterback in the league.
It's not against the law. Nick Rekieta told me that wasn't against the law. Nick Rekieta told me that wasn't against... Do you understand? Nick Rekieta told me I could come on your grave. And
this is the benefits of forgiving Ethan and Ralph for saying that your daughter is a retard. You get called up at 4 a.m. and you're like, hey, can I ejaculate on Medicare's grave? And then having to answer that as an attorney. So Ralph replies to that and says, maybe I'll just make Jade pop a squat for me. Her knees are probably not that great from having to carry your ass around for years. Also, no one with a brain even believes you're near death. Palliative care can and usually does last years. You are a con man. Jim replies with another video. This one doesn't have audio. He says, you couldn't even make the woman who married you not flee the country. How are you going to make a woman who doesn't know you do anything other than laugh? And then there's a picture of what appears to be AI generated Ralph in a pill heaven. Has a very nice pill heaven though. Look at all the colors, the bright colors of pills, chat. Let's see. And then that's the rape threat. And Jim replies to this and says, I'll make sure to warn her that a thumbtack may attack her belly button one day in the future. Quoting a chat message here saying, also, my dick is bigger than that. That's what pisses me off about the video, LOL. It's not even a cope. It's like in the fact I'm not fully hard. So coping about his penis size again. There is no 8.jpg. I'm not sure where 8 came from. Is there number 8 in this file? I don't want to miss it. Miss important context in this Twitter argument, chat. There's no 8. 8less. Number 9. Dude, you can't even get hard. You can't have kids. You can't have kids. Claim you have such pain you can't even move out of your chair because it hurts so much. But you're Mr. Tough Guy, so you're a creepy cult. The really fun part is if you ever do die, I guess he's saying I will be laughing at their tributes. What? Okay, listen. The amount of times that both Jim and Medicare are talking about penis size, penis hardness, it's very strange. That's all I'm going to say about this. Ralph in particular is very obsessed about penis hardness, chat. I'll just leave it there. It seems to be a fixation of his. So that's the original image macro that I read. He says, a violent convicted sex offender threatened to physically and sexually assault my wife from his verified Twitter account. When I brought it up to her, she said, Ethan Ralph, he's lost every fight he's been in. I'll take those odds. That's weird. I'm sorry, but this you can't come back from this. This is just the most embarrassing fucking. How do you? He married and impregnated a lolicon who wore a Medicare hat. You can't. It's just really embarrassing, bro. It's embarrassing like a deep philosophical level. Says the only person that ever called me Mr. Tough Guy was your wife. Sorry, ex-wife. Luckily, even though she returned your marriage certificate, she never returned my merge. You think she still has that hat? You think Ralph, like in a fit of rage, burned the Medicare hat somewhere in Mexico, like in a backyard, poured like vodka on it, and watched it flare up? Ralph replies to this and says, also, I always thought these hats suited her better. Maybe she did too, since she had my child. Ahaha. Remember how many kids you have again. And then there is her in the Keel stream hat. I don't know, man. I don't think that's a good comeback. She had my child, but she did divorce you, and she absconded with the child, and she may be wearing the Medicare hat again. She could even do, this is true. It is possible that right now, sitting in an apartment somewhere in New York, little Rosie Ralph is sitting in a gym hat right now, a 4-star hat, watching anime with May. There is literally a non-zero. It's not even a non-zero chance. It's like a 15% chance. So that is the active reality of Cozy Rosie at this exact second, chat. He says, how would I make this is the rape tweet. These are out of order. In reply to, you're still begging for my attention, he says, you're shopping for your son. Did you hold another begathon asking the lowercase I internet to take care of your responsibilities, and I missed it? And this is the 24-hour fundraiser to save my son at $300 out of $1,300, and Ralph is dozing off due to pills in the process. Ralph says, the thing that I read this, I feel like this has showed up like 4 times now. And then Ralph, Medicare has a montage showing ratios and how his messages get 2,000 likes and Ralph's get like 100. And he says, Lamal at the Ralph retort, a dying man in palliative care is kicking your ass harder than your daddy Ronnie did. That motherfucker had a wall hammer piggy. Your daddy Ronnie did, and that motherfucker had a wall hammer piggy. I don't understand that. Is that a reference to... What the fuck is a wall hammer? Is it like a drywall hammer? Like those square things with a claw on it? wall hammer. Yeah, it is a drywall hammer is what I'm thinking of. No, he definitely means a drywall hammer. They're very distinct looking. They have a really big like cutting edge. I'll show you what I mean. I'm not sure what that's a reference to. I feel like I don't. This is a. See what I mean? It has that grilled face on it, and it has like the cutting back. It's a drywall hammer. I'm pretty sure. I mean, did Ralph's dad, did Ronnie do drywall? Otherwise, I just don't understand. I'm sorry. The pic with a hammer in the wall, the famous birthday pic. What the fuck? I've never seen that. Ethan Ralph birthday hammer. Someone find that to me and send that to me. And then I need to see this now because I don't. He should have posted a picture of that because I've never seen this image. Okay, I'm gonna check them out the internet thread on my other browser. Someone get me the hammer picture because I have never heard of that in my entire life. Okay, next. This is another clip. In response to those hats suited her better, Jim says, "Are we sure it's your child, Ralph? Because according to you, she was a whore that you hired men to fuck while you watched." And this is one of the best clips ever because he does just flat out say that he hired a Mexican juggalo to fuck his wife in the ass, thereby admitting that he's a cuck. And his only excuse about this is that he was making it up to hurt her feelings, which is it's just it's the most bizarre story ever, the most bizarre story to admit freely on stream ever, and then the worst excuse ever for that because it's just truly baffling.
He's scared of embarrassing his own daughter. That's the reality, Ralph. That's the only reason he won't release.
You mean that she got fucked up the ass raw by a Mexican? Is that what you're talking about? Do you think I'm afraid to talk about things? Because I'm not. Do you think that she got fucked up the ass raw with no condom by a Mexican? Do you think that would be something that I would be afraid to say? I'm not afraid to say it. She's a whore. And I'll say it right here live.
Oh my God. I've seen this picture 1,000 times. I have never noticed this. I've always just been like so impressed by like Ralph's visage and the fact it's a 20th birthday cake in like his parents' home. But if you zoom in, there is a fucking drywall hammer in the fucking wall. And there's a Bossman Jack hole in the wall. I've literally never noticed this fucking hammer ever. And I've seen this picture literally hundreds of times. What the fuck is the story behind the drywall hammer? What the fuck? I need to know what the fuck the story is with the drywall hammer and the birthday pic now. How have I never noticed? I have been an Ethan Ralph acolyte. I know everything about this man, and I've never noticed this stupid fucking hammer in the wall. What the honestly, what the fuck? Wow, that's crazy. Okay. I said she's still my wife, actually, and I have 20 hours worth of kill stream footage where she laughs at your illness and your fat wife. Plus, I knocked her up. That's the point of the game. There's an endless supply of women, Medicare. You didn't have to settle for Timu. That's pretty mean. Call his wife Timu. And then finally, this is in response to the one with the Mexican juggalo. But she was fucked up the ass, bro, raw. She was not fucked in the vagina. So I don't think you can get, I don't think even May can get boy preggers in her bussy. Okay. I don't think that's in the cards. If I say so myself, I'm not an expert on such things. I don't know the difference between a urologist and a proctologist, but I don't think that's in the cards. Ethan Ralph says, ha 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 ha, he really is big mad tonight. Pain pills not putting you to bed? Try a Xanax. And yes, there's no doubt there, brother. That's true. Rosie does look exactly like Ethan Ralph. That's also like a double-sided thing where it's like you really don't want your female offspring to look like Ethan Ralph. That's not unfortunate. That is funny though. Just say take a Xanax. I'll admit that's funny because that's unusually self-aware for Ethan Ralph to be like try a Xanax. Okay, let's should I do a poll? Okay, let's see. Poll: who won? 3 question marks. Vote 1 for Ralph. Vote 2 for Medicare. I gotta say, at this point, honestly, giving Ralph attention is like an automatic loss. If you're Medicare, Medicare's platform is like so fucking huge, and there's really no reason to get in that pig shit. You know what I mean? There's just no reason. There's no reason to talk to Ralph. Voting is gay. That's true. Voting sucks. They both lost. Okay, wait, hold up. This is one of the polls where you actually need like a you need like a third option. I'm gonna redo it. In poll. Who won? 3 question marks. Vote 1 for Ralph. Vote 2 for Medicare. Vote 3 for how do I want to word this diplomatically? Waste. I'll do this. Waste of Medicare time. Precious time. Does that fit? Does that work in my poll? It does. Okay. Vote 1 for Ralph. Vote 2 for Medicare. Vote 3 for waste of Medicare's precious time. Okay. Bossman won. My dude, Bossman is a professional gambler. He always wins. He knows that over a long enough timeline, he will make all that money back and more. Okay, so you don't have to worry about that. I'll let the poll run as I talk about my next thing, and my next thing is Card. Card responded to my response. Sorry, I got a text. Card responded to my response. Last stream, I went in depth about the pony question, and I explained to him why I know things about My Little Pony, despite not being a brony. He found my explanation wanting, chat. He did not accept my explanation. And in particular, Card brought issue with one little facet here.
Checks out. However, I will note a couple of things.
Oh, I should probably show you that.
But I looked it up, and yes, that article is real. It's called Solidarity is Illusion, the Political Economy of My Little Pony Friendship is Magic.
I mentioned that there was an article written that explores the economy of My Little Pony. Card did his research as a progressive activist. He does research, chat. He does not simply go on his podcast and say whatever his heart tells him to say. He looked it up, and it's still around. And a guest writer on February 24th, 2011 wrote a full-fledged economic journal exploring the economics of My Little Pony. And this is not a fever dream of mine. I did actually see this, and I did read it. Raise the volume. Okay.
That checks out. However, I will note a couple of things here. One, when Josh says that article he remembers being shown was written or came out when the show itself was at its peak of popularity, that is not correct. That article is from early 2011, when the My Little Pony reboot in question was only a few months old, before it got anywhere near as big as it did. So it doesn't mention this character by name, because it couldn't. That name didn't exist yet. And furthermore, that name wouldn't exist for at least a few more years.
That is where you are wrong. So his point is that there's a character in My Little Pony that this whole thing started because I identified that a character or a person responding to Ralph had a avatar of Derpy Hooves. And he says that Derpy Hooves did not get a name until 2016. Derpy Hooves got a canonical name in 2016. Her name is Muffins, because you can't call a character Derpy Hooves in a child show because it makes fun of retarded people to call somebody retarded Derpy, okay? But she was still super popular with the fandom, and it was from the very beginning. So it is entirely reasonable to be aware of who Derpy Hooves is, because she was always around, just as a background character that people made fanfare about. Now, I'd like to demonstrate one other thing, because I thought about this while listening to this, and I thought, I need to demonstrate to people how big of a cultural phenomenon this was. So I'm going to play for you a 14-year-old video that came out in 2011 when My Little Pony first aired and people first became insane, okay? And This I found this while looking for the outro song. Actually, I found the outro song while looking for this in my old YouTube likes. So those of a weak disposition, please avert your gaze.
Guys, I want a girlfriend who likes ponies. How do?
How long is the natural estrus cycle for horses? Ray.
Is it legal to keep a small pony in your house as a pet, like a dog?
Will you suck a pony/zebra cock while dressed as a girl?
I would. I like looking at dicks and I have always wanted to try sucking my own dick. I'm not gay though.
NexusMods.
I wonder how Co would react if they were in the store with shelves lined with chill candy flavored marshmallow pony semen.
I would swallow Rarity's horse semen.
You are now imagining that your shower was one of candy pony semen raining down all over you, streaming itself over your face in sticky strands.
Oh shit.
You will never get to frolic under a shower of horse semen.
Reality is so cruel.
And you might think, Josh, why the fuck have you seen that video? And I have an excuse, even for this. As many of you will know, my dark origin story comes from a Lego game called Blockland. Thousands of years ago. And again, you can check out the timestamps. All these from 2011. This, 2011. Thousands of years ago, on the Blockland forum, the My Little Pony thing broke out super crazy. You can see this is the second thread. It's made in 2011 already. And this one reached 11,000 pages before Blockland completely died. This thread was so busy, so active, and so prominent that Bad Spot, who notably hated furries and would just outright ban furries for no reason whatsoever sometimes, tolerated them because it was one of the very first results for My Little Pony Friendship is Magic on the entire internet. You would type in My Little Pony Friendship is Magic, the show, and you would get the Blockland forum discussion thread for My Little Pony. And he was able to directly correlate game sales with the popularity of this thread. So this thread basically breathed new life into Blockland forum and brought tons and tons of bronies to my humble stomping grounds. So I was subjected to all manner of My Little Pony torture. Okay. I was secondhand exposed to the radioactive Blockland My Little Pony meme. And as a result, I've seen all the My Little Pony general candy flavored horse semen meme edits that there are. Okay. That's just life. That's just how life goes, okay? Card might pick this apart too. Obviously he will because he needs the attention. However, don't worry, I'm just going to give it to him. I reached out to Card. I haven't actually read his reply yet. And I asked him if he would like to do an interview over the weekend. And he says, not sure if this is a legit or not, but I could probably do it later in the month or early next month. So I am going to just straight up talk to Card posting over the weekend and do one of my first interviews since my last one, which was Carolyn Farrow, I think over a year ago. Because why not? People in my chat seem to be promoting Card. They like the Card. They want more Card posting. They want more progressive community activism in my chat. So why not? Let's get to the bottom of this because I got to know. Is Card a fake? I think Card is actually a secret chud. He wants to sit here and accuse me of being secret things I'm not. Well, I think he was never a progressive community organizer. I think that's all a lie. And he was just trying to grift the far left. I don't think he's ever organized anything. He can't even organize his own shed/room chat. So how can he organize a progressive community activist event? I don't think he can. So we'll figure out. We'll get to the bottom of this chat. You know my interview style. I'm a cool cucumber under pressure. Chat. We'll see. I'll organize that. It won't be this weekend because he says he's busy. Which, and then I'll figure that out. I also just since I'm doing agenda stuff, I do want to talk to Card. I do want to stream the Kiwi Farms Doom mod at some point. Part of the work in my room is that I'm trying to make my room a more comfortable place to stream so I can do longer streams or game streams again with reliable internet. As you can see, the new internet working great. Things are looking up. So there's more stuff I want to do, but then once I have everything as I want, I'll do the Doom stream. And then I have a locals video, Maddie.live/support. Join the locals today. I have a special locals video that I want to do because I am reinvesting into my hardware. I'm upgrading my computer, and I would like to do my computer upgrade on stream because I'm doing something a little bit peculiar with my computer that I think many people will find fascinating. So if that's at all interesting to you, do subscribe. Of course, I appreciate everybody who subscribes regardless. And then I have one final thing. This is Juneteenth, so let's have our moment of Reddit. A guy in Orlando posted this video of a Ring camera. Violent man caught on my Ring camera. Let's take a look at that violent man video. So he's just walking up to Ring cameras with the knife, stabbing at it for reasons unbeknownst to me. Maybe he's schizophrenic and is trying to damage the lens so that people can't watch him. Actually, yeah, that is a Ring. I was like, it looks like a peephole on a window or a door, but it is a Ring camera. It says right there. So he's just stabbing at these things, I guess, to intimidate people. He says, does anyone know this man? Then the reply is from Eat My Asshole or Eat My Asserole. A mod says, friendly reminder, being racist is pretty much a quick ban. Encouraging or promoting violence is unacceptable. Saying get a gun for home protection is different than saying shoot him. There's a pretty clear and obvious line. Please just don't cross it. If you don't understand where that line is, don't comment. Then there's another post. Mod post regarding recent activity and discussions. Hey gang, I hope you're all thriving. Some of us wanted to communicate with you. 1, please, flare posts as rumor unless there's credible news confirming it. 2, encouraging deportation of folks living here while undocumented, if done civilly, doesn't technically break any rules. If we remove it, we're just censoring one side of the conversation. We make a point to leave our personal viewpoints out of the discussion when moderating it. You are welcome to show your disapproval of the comment with downvoting. You may notice threads, especially political in nature, locked after a certain point. They seem to have just been attracting trolls that don't even live here by the end. Locking them really just consolidates our moderation efforts to more active threads. Racism and anti-LGBTQ+ will never be acceptable. Using the term illegals as a slur isn't acceptable. Please keep reporting and messaging us. We take your feedback seriously into account when moderating. If you don't like a mod action, you're welcome to mod mail us. I'm going to leave comments here open. So let's be clear. Blacks violently stabbing at your Ring doorbell. You just have to live with that. The real problem is racism. He probably endured a microaggression before he started stabbing at your Ring camera. So you really got to think about the long-term ramifications of your actions, chat. And on that positive poly note about lessons to be learned, that concludes this stream. And now there is the super chat segment. I, of course, encourage everybody to stick around through the super chat segments. I appreciate everybody's support. Matty.live/dono to join the locals. The locals people are my personal heroes. I love them all. Okay. I gotta throw in the word support approximately 40 more times to catch up with DSP. Otherwise, I'm just not doing it right. I'll never maximize my viewership to profit ratio like DSP has unless I say support. More chat. I need that money. I really do. I need that money. All right, let's read some super berries, chat. Neighbor for 157 says rip cats. Okay, so there's a user on the Kiwi Farms just called Cats. His gimmick was that he posted pictures of cats. He is supposedly dead. He's been gone for a while, and somebody is claiming to have known him and has posted his obituary. I've not confirmed if he's dead or not, but many people seem upset about this. It always sucks when you lose one of your favorites. When Keys H just doesn't log in anymore. Cats no longer posting cat pictures. It leaves a hole, chat. Leaves a hole in the Kiwi Farms. Kurt Eichenwald, anime masturbator for 10 says, glorious Kiwi Emperor, you absolutely need to play the hot new epic BIPOC Afrofuturism video gaming masterpiece Relooted, available soon on PC. You play as a group of scholars reclaiming stolen heresy. I have seen this, and it is on my to-do list. Once I get my studio nice and comfy, video games are back on the fucking menu, boys. Kiwi Farms drug thread enjoyer Wait, I read this backwards. For 150 says, Josh, you said that homosexuals take meth to keep their erections during anal sex, but in fact, meth is notoriously known amongst junkies to have the opposite effect because of vasoconstriction. It will be very difficult to get and maintain an erection. He says again for 150, actually, your penis will be even smaller than when naturally flaccid. Homosexuals use it to roleplay as children, what normal druggies call meth dick. They call little boy dick. I'm into meth culture, and I hate when those homo pedos talk that shit. This is perhaps, and I mean this sincerely, the most deranged shit anybody has ever fucking sent to me. And the fact it's by Monero, I think adds credibility that you actually do buy and use meth and know this firsthand. So that's crazy. By the way, the majority opinion or the plurality opinion of the poll was that Medicare wasted his time. Okay. Next. Chef Jim for $100 by postal mail says, hi, I'm Chef Jim. I'd like to take this opportunity on Maddie to tell you about Chef Jim's alphabet soup. Probably due to supply issue, Chef Jim's alphabet soup only has the letters E, G, I, N, and R. This is the N by letter. And he sent this, by the way, typed up with what appears to be a typewriter, a manual typewriter. Thank you, Chef Jim, for your belabored way of sending in super chats. I'm trying my best now to organize I can actually get these plugged into the stream now. I'm doing my best. Thank you. Citrus Attic for 5 says, shout out for Pets Sake Rescue. They do amazing work with almost no help, so please support them. They helped a dump kitten my husband and I rescued from a parking lot by the highway. Well, that's sad. For Pets Sake Rescue is the name of the kitten foundation, chat. Borello Furman for 1 says, you are accused of being both late and gay. How do you plead? I was on time. Go fuck yourself. Wow, it's Daisy for 1 says, you have no idea how happy random streams make me. It's not I stream at the same time every day or every week. What do you mean a random stream? What the fuck? Awaken 34 for 1 says, Josh, Dud, you ever watch Venture Bros? If it is yes, did you like it? Yes, and yes, I like the Venture Bros a lot. Bunker Housing for 5 says, time to consume some content. That's right. Consume the content, Goyam. David S877 for $25 says, since I'm watching live, I assume there will be another hour-long iDub segment I can't skip when I catch the VOD. Luckily for you, I didn't even fucking mention them. So you have set out this rake and you've stepped into it, stalker child, because Aniza and iDubbbz was literally not mentioned a single fucking time. Check the transcript until you brought it up. It was your fault. It was your fault, not mine. Not mine. Logistical Nightmare for 10 says, while I am no audiophile, I think the audio sounds both heterosexual and on time. Wonderful. I love this kind of feedback. Thank you. Thank you. Awaken 34 for 2 says, what kind of games do you play? And might I suggest some light Broken Arrow or Super Robot Wars settings? I'd suggest starting with SRWT. I have not played any games in forever. I briefly played Splitgate 2, and it was okay. It had performance issues. The gunplay wasn't that great. You die super fast. I don't like the objectives in the games, and I feel like the portals are even less important than they were in Splitgate 1. Like, I really feel like they fucked up the portals, because I remember the portals. Like, you can't even look through your own team's portals anymore. And if you look through your own portal, it's like blurry and shitty. I don't know. I feel like they really they fucked up a lot of things. I think there's even less portalable surfaces than in Splitgate 1. And then they added like a battle royale mode. I don't know. It feels like their priorities are really fucked up. Like, they're adding like hero shooter stuff to it. They're adding battle royale, and it's like, getting the fucking portals to work perfectly should be your number one objective. The whole gimmick of your fucking game is that the portal play is the most important thing, and you're not doing that. The portals are laggy and shitty, and you can only view through your own. It's like, I don't know. They're really fucking up. Docs Found for 5 says, if the room gets hot while streaming nothing but audio, the obvious solution is to do it naked. No, I would never stream naked. That's weird, bro. Wow, it's Daisy for 5 says, I hope you have a happy pizza day and a nice swim this summer solstice. Thank you. Thank you. I very much will. I appreciate it. Bunker Housing for 5 says, how old are you, Josh? There were some girls in Buhanka chat wanted to know, can you give us an estimate? 32? I'm either 31 or 32. I'd have to calculate it out. Awaken 34 for 5 says, I'd also suggest games like Titan Quest and Grim Dawn for Diablo style games. I have never played either of those. I did like I don't know. I've played the popular ones. It's like a Korean one, and then I've tried. I hated Path of Exile 2. Path of Exile 2 sucks ass. Those maps are fucking enormous. It's the same shit endlessly. I constantly got lost in ways that I never did in Path of Exile 1. And I just hate the Aztec. Like, half the vibe is like Aztec futurism. And I'm like, this sucks. I went straight from a swamp to like Aztec futurism. It's just like, I hate swamps in fucking games. I hate deserts in fucking games. And I hate Native American shit. It's not impressive to me. Oh, it's a stack of rocks that they sacrifice each other on. Wow, I don't give a shit. That's fucking gay. So the game goes right from a swamp to a desert to a fucking Aztec pyramid. And then it's like the Aztec pyramids are actually aliens. And I'm like, this is fucking dumb. And these maps fucking suck, and they're way too big, and they're the same shit. And I hated Path of Exile 2. To be honest with you, Path of Exile 1 was better before they added the chapters after chapter 3. Because it was better when it ended after Dominus. And then they added like a butthole monster. There's like 2 separate butthole monsters in their entire acts where you just crawl through a giant monster's asshole. And it's stupid. I don't know. I was just saying I didn't like Path of Exile 2. It's like half done. I don't give a shit. The Aztec maps fucking suck. I hate Aztecs. Such as the Addict for One says, celebrate based Aryan culture and have a happy era Litha, wishing everyone a comfy bona fide and many open roasted fire meats. I'm assuming that's a Solstice thing. Thank you. Dark Western for 5 says, do not laminate your Nword Pass or it becomes invalid. This is a reference to how I burned my social security card because my grandfather laminated it, and you're not supposed to do that. Saxon Bear for 5 says, it's hard to decide on the Iran-Israel conflict. I just hope both sides have fun. At the end of the day, that's really the only thing that matters. We're only here for a limited amount of time, so we gotta have fun. Citrus Addict for 1 says some Mexican taco gibberish. Thank you. Indomitable for 2 says search Sing truck crash and see how many different fatal crashes Indians have caused in every state to port SARS. If you follow me on Twitter, I retweet this anti-immigrant trucker account, and they're really awesome because they retweet basically every time an Indian with a illegally obtained CDL kills somebody on the streets, and our government is basically just mass importing fucking Jeets and giving them CDL so that they can kill us on the road. Indians are fucking dangerous lunatic drivers. They don't belong in the streets. I honestly think people need to go out of their way to write their representatives and say, we do not want immigrants. We don't want immigrants. We don't want legal immigrants. We don't want H-1B immigrants. We don't want illegal immigrants. Fuck them all. Like, even if you have like a Democratic senator, just like write them. I feel like we just have to annoy people and say, I don't fucking want immigrants. Saxon Bear for 1 says, and by the way, the alternative is to do nothing and to lose anyways. So, you know, if your options are to do nothing and be lazy and complacent and lose, or do something that amounts to nothing, you might as well just do something and amount to nothing. This is the positive poly engineering graph again. Do something and it works, well, then you win. Do something and it doesn't work, well, that's the exact same thing as doing nothing and losing. So you might as well just do something and see if it works. Saxon Bear for 1 says the positions of the left are so far detached from the interests of healthy, normal people that any of the points they make, any of the rage they feel cannot make me care. It's just over. Yeah, they're over socialized. If you've not read Dr. Theodore Kaczynski's book, you should read it because it covers this concept of the over socialized. And it just sums up the progressive mind to a T, where it's like your interests are detached from you, from your family, from your offspring, from your country. And the only thing that matters is appeasing the people in your immediate circle. And that's why it's so important that they control speech, because once those things stop becoming popular in mainstream narratives, then it immediately loses all of its power, because the only thing that people care about is looking good to people. And that's why you have to loudly shout them down and just say like, nah, that's fucking gay, bro. That's fucking gay. The shit you believe, that's fucking gay. Don't make no fucking sense. That's like faggot dick sucking shit. Because that like physically, it causes them physical pain. Hearing somebody disagree with your political opinions causes physical pain, more so to the over-socialized than anybody else. If you're not 100% convinced of your own convictions, then you don't. Then you will feel pain when people disagree with you. And when you have no convictions and just care about what people tell you to care about, then you will feel the most pain. So inflict pain on people by loudly disagreeing with them at all times. Docs found for 5 says the precise moment of the solstice, the maximum point of Earth's wobble will be 10:42 p.m. Eastern time tonight, or 3:42 GMT tomorrow morning. That's nice. Enjoy your sunlight, chat childs, because it's going bye-bye. Your sunlight's going bye-bye after today. Moon Chads will continue to win. Moon Chads rising. Night is coming, stalker. Breadwash for 1 says news hamster. Too late. Carnova for 1 or 5 says no. You have to watch season 2 of The Rehearsal on HBO. It's all about the mental health of airline pilots. I mean, I was just asking a question. The mental health of airline pilots was not really like a significant interest of mine. I don't know. I don't know if I'll ever have time to watch anything ever. Breadwash for 5 says, thank you for bringing the hamster out of the unemployment line. You're welcome. Seek a Loather for 7 says, is it possible to get the Ricada body cam by having the sheriff who blocked the release replaced? Theoretically, if he was replaced and his successor decided that it was of public interest to release the footage, yes. Otherwise, it has to be a party to the footage. John Doe Darius for 5 says, great audio. When will the ambulance find you? Great stream, 10 out of 10. Thank you. I appreciate it. I don't know. I'm trying to keep those ambulances at bay. Bunker Housing for 5 says, did you not used to play RuneScape? Did you steal this guy's monies? I don't watch videos for less than 10 because otherwise it holds up the stream. RuneScape story, dumbest mistake I ever made. Instead of watching that, I'll just give you my own recount. I worked very hard as a young child to afford an iron body plate. And then somebody told, it was my most valuable possession. It was the only piece of armor I had because I had to sell my other armor to get this iron body plate. And then someone told me that if I dropped my plate on the ground and pressed Alt F4, it would duplicate. And I thought, well, what's the harm of doing that? And, you know, I'm just pressing, but I'll just pick it back up if it doesn't work. And then little did I know that closes your browser. And unless you can scramble to log in fast enough, it will become visible underneath you where you logged out of, and they will pick up your items. And I lost my iron plate. Tragic. Brianna Wu, Hyperbimbo for 2 says, Clarence Thomas would go years without talking in oral arguments. He only became comparatively less shy after they have to have hearings over Zoom. He was able to overcome his social anxiety. That is funny. I did not know that. David S877 for 5 says, speaking of charities not doing anything, when can we give money? Any other updates? I'm working on that literally this week. We should have a way to buy memberships. The way it's going to have to work is that to not scare the payment processor off, there's going to be a limit of 30 memberships per month. For the foreseeable future, and then I'll increase it at some point. Indians are stinky for 10 says, reminded her all, do not allow current events to distract you from the stinky Indian menace. Please, SARS, do not redeem H-1B visas, do redeem deportation orders. Base and true. Thank you. Light Roast for 5 says, rip cats, we'll all miss your cat artwork, shitposting, and leatherworking. He was a delightful member of the community. R.I.P. Humble Guardsman for 1 says, my wife got a tattoo after I married her. What do I do? I guess you're just fucked then. Sneeda Stanny for 5 says, Josh once again advancing uppercase I internet culture for free by laughing at fat furry troons using pacifiers. Also repeat after me, Appalachian. I see. I didn't even say Appalachia this stream. What are you crazy about? Amir Al Quesadilla Ibn Fahida for 2 says, Josh, have you ever had any trouble manifesting abundance recently? I have noticed the abundance of annoying advertisements on Rumble recently. I have zero control over the advertising on Rumble. Because I am a monetized account, my videos are monetized, and because my videos are monetized, they run their own ad system on them. You cannot turn them off. You cannot decrease their frequency. You cannot set when. It's just how it is on Rumble. Dark Western for 5 says, that was Scrapper Steve of the King Cobra JFS cinematic universe and the furry pacifier pick Small World. How the fuck do you reckon? How do you know that off the top of your head? That's funny. Tag me in if that's not known, tag me into the King Cobra thread. That's funny. Logistical Nightmare for 5 says, where's Slab Power when you need a furry question answered? Who knows? Who knows where he is? Space Allen for $50 says Ham Jam. And to the surprise of everybody, there is in fact a Ham Jam in the super chat because yesterday I actually took the time to fix the issue, chat, and now the emotes work for Rumble again. Because Rumble does everything fucking possible to make scraping information from their site as painful as humanly fucking possible. So it takes great pains to actually get that shit to work. Thank you. Awaken34 for 2 says, on the topic of Nexus, just use ModDB. You don't need to log in to download. They don't throw all your download speeds. The advertising isn't even half as intrusive. Unkind Nacer for 2 says, turning players into pairs. That's right. That's the best kind of turning. Anime Extremist for 2 says, just got here. I changed my profile pic since you and chat decided to bully me for having a anime femboy avatar last stream. I hope you're happy, TBF. I didn't know it was a femboy. I just Googled anime girl. Well, you know what? If you're involved in a hobby and the first thing that you see for anime girl is a boy, it's probably bad. That image you're using is definitely ecchi. You're getting fucking close there, brother. Awaken34 for 2 says, and last I knew they don't take down mods just because of some political nonsense. I don't, bro, you're like drunk. It's more popular for stuff, mainly Bethesda titles. Unkind Nacer for 5 says, are you going to buy NexusMods after you buy for Affinity? Think of all the passive income from irresponsible retards. That's a great idea. Yeah, I should put my money together. Banana Plugs for 5 says, happy Friday, Josh. You're my favorite non-Slav always. What's new, dude? I'm thinking of buying a new car, and it was going to be a Xeno one. Total Euro car death for pricing me out in the name of eco. A Sheena one. Look at Chinese car. Just don't buy Indian. It's the only thing I ask of you. Don't buy Indian. Don't support India. Don't endorse anything Indian. Hydrofluoroolefin for 1 says, my dad's birthday is unironically June 19th. I love being white. Me too. Funny that. Mad Archive 505 for 2 says, Josh, happy pizza day. When do we get a Hoi 4 stream? Never. I don't plan on streaming Hoi 4. Anime Extremist for 2 says, I'm kind of a coffee connoisseur. I don't drink Goy Slop like Folgers or Maxwell House. I just had to try your recommendation of Cafe Bustelo, and my God, that was a great coffee and really affordable. Thank you. You're welcome. Fart Empire for $15 says, Knickers NHH. I don't know what that means. Thank you. Def Not a Fed 2001 for 2 says, this guy is insane. He was crazy from the start like 3 years ago, and I've seen this idiot on VRC. Make sure to post about him on the Kiwi Farms. There's like a high school reunion for all his friends dumping ass on him. Nicholas the Oreo Super Soldier for 15 says, there's no such thing as a VTuber fan who is not a freak, just like there's no thing as a non-freak furry. If you are into this shit, reevaluate your life before you end up on an Alex Rosen stream. Wow. Pretty harsh words there. Thank you. Sergeant Wizard Fist for 5 says, a thread for VR chat would be pretty good. There's tons of communities and degenerates who have huge histories on there. Bro, that sounds cursed. I'm going to be real with you. Sneak Cricket for 2 says, I drove to Canada the other day. There are so many Jeets, Sikhs, and burqa-wearing sand people there. Plus, so many of them were speaking their native languages, even more so than here in the States. I fucking hate that. I hate being in public. Like, I saw an African family, like, straight out of fucking Africa, and they were speaking, like, Igbo to each other. I'm like, what the fuck is this shit doing in my country? Like, get the fuck out of here. The Ice Cream Man for 20 says, how much is the parasocial internet friend, lowercase internet friend, Superberry tier? There is none. You just do what feels right, and hopefully that's a lot, basically. Thank you. It's Redcap for 5 says, my fiance followed Elijah Miller. She says he became a fan from Anna Valen's smear pieces on Kirsche and on Vice. Dude's insane. Probably has a skewed image of Kirsche and Pippa. I don't know, man. Do I have a skewed view of Kirsche and Pippa? I've watched clips of them talking. That's what I base my opinions on. Mad Archive 505 for 2 says, Jersh's 3-person friend circle includes Hardened PPP and Foodie Beauty. Not quite. Smooligan 2 for 5 says, Kid Bandit's fiance left him after they're together for 3 years. Oh, nice. Let's see this. June 12th. How is this not get featured? One of the hardest trials of my life is learning to love ourselves while carrying the ache of loving someone who does not feel the same. I fucking hate romance, dog. I'm in my feels. Send memes. So this was him being proposing to Deathcore Deity. That is him with super mega chinky filters cranked up to 11, which is why he looks Chinese. Rewatching Praise someone an alien predator kick, and I see Tabe versus a xenomorph. That's just quotes from their messages. So I guess he proposed, and 3 years later they just decided not to. I mean, it's a tranny marriage, so it doesn't really have any purpose anyways. Can't feel too bad about it. Pimmel Festa for 1 says, I'm 2 hours late and I hope the stream is not gay. It was not gay. Baldo Pagans for 5 says, Josh, if you had ever gotten the Maddie RV, you could have rolled up to the IP2 RVs during one of their weird RV stream feats. Fast, imagine the content. Yeah, that sounds like hell on earth, brother. Zint Seppa for 1 says, Josh, can you not be a foot fag? We get it. You like feet. Thank you, Josh. I didn't want to enjoy my coffee anyway. Hey, I'm not the one posting diabetes feet on the internet. Citrus Addict for 1 says, cool on sticks for creating evidence that intends harm on top of being mentally ill with those chaos magic smuckle vids. I mean, it's not a crime to wish harm on somebody, really. Doc's Found for 5 says, regarding the Warlock, in a lot of places, you literally cannot post your own bail. No matter how much money you have to get someone else to do it. It's like that where I live. I did not know that. I imagine you can just get like a bail bondsman, though. That's why those exist, right? Colia Dante for $20 says, horse divorce is when your horse sequestrians herself from you. That's funny. I get it. Thank you. Sneak Cricket for 2 says, on some good news, I've lost over 20 pounds in the past 2 months of eating less and exercising. For those who find it hard, you can do it. It took me 10 years to do so. By the way, you should get a Ruger 1022. I don't think so. I think those are like antique, right? Yeah, it's just Seiko, bro. The Ice Cream Man for 20 says, Christ 6 really is a turbo fag. Dude has seen at least 2 up close. Probably. Thank you. Fatty Caddy for 5 says, I demand locals content. I'm also working on a write-up of how our wife is a disgusting slut and both Nick and our whores are vile humans. Nick was vile on camera. She was vile in the Hito lobby. Okay, bro. I'm looking forward to it. Daily reminder that Fatty Caddy is an incel Jew. Monero Monkey for $51 says, hey, Josh, hope you have a good week. Looking forward to this VOD this evening. Oh, and happy Juneteenth. My nigga, raise black fist emoji. Happy Juneteenth to you, too. Have a good one, bro. Hope you enjoy the VOD. Logistical Nightmare for 10 says, Section 230 mentioned trying to get a good book of our favorite GG lowercase j journalist Taylor Lorenz. No, I'm not. She sucks. Thank you. The Ice Cream Man for 20 says, Ethan's a fag, but he's suing bigger fag, so please give us your best suffa directed to all those nerds. Thank you. Suffa Arabs. Suffa fake Muslims on Twitch. Suffa busted crusty hoe. Thank you. Always Mr. No for 10 says, is anyone surprised that Jude's weapon of choice when attacking his opponents is money? I mean, it's a working strategy. Basically, throughout history, the side that wins is the side that has the most money to throw at it. Unless you're the United States and Afghanistan. Sneedo for 1 says, Josh, say, whoa, buddy. I said that when it happened. Awaken34 for 1 says, that's the Authentic Man clip. It's got to be the most embarrassing moment of both his and his father's life. I don't think that's even close to true for him. Citrus Addict for 1 says, male porn addicts know the least about female anatomy compared to any other demographic. Oh, the irony. Chat. I don't know what that's a reference to. I guess Fuda. Chloe Dante for 20 says, is the immortal words in the immortal words of the angry video game nerd, where the ball's on the dick. No, not where the ball's on the dick. We are the balls on the dick. That's the school bus driver was saying that he was at the bottom of the totem pole. The ball's on the dick at the bottom. Thank you. By the way, people have been spurging at me about fucking Andy Worski. I guess that's what he's up to. I don't read his super chats because he's creepy. Vordier for 5 says, this is where the balls go. Then there is a picture, and I don't. And this appears to be like an inverse Fuda where the vagina is on top of the balls. It's like a drawing from The Whitest Kid You Know. It's a very weird. It's a picture from The Whitest Kid You Know. I'll just say that. Rich White Pasta for 10 says, accidentally slept in through most of the stream, woke up to ball cancer. Good stream so far. LOL. Thank you. I appreciate it. Enjoy ball cancer. Drewby82 for 2 says, afternoon, Josh. Does the existence of Pedo Bear mean there exists Jerry Bear? I think so. There's like an entire roster of Pedo Bear associates. Humble Garsman for 1 says, even Martin Luther begged in the streets as a monk. I don't know what that's a reference to. Pancake Luchador for 2 says, Null, don't ask questions you don't answer to. Have a good one. Oh, with the food one? Yeah, okay. The Uncredited for 5 says, turning up super late, reround to the start, and have no idea what you're talking about right now. Here's some money for the only worthwhile stream on the web. Josh rocks. Thank you. Thank you. Such kind words. Amir Al Quesadilla Ibn Fahida for 1 says, instead of having watermarks only having the Kiwi logo, can we get them to actually say the Kiwi farms to attract more site traffic? I am not doing anything watermark related. It's not enforced. I don't have a preference. I'm not asking people to do it or not to do it. There's a thread to discuss it. If you want to discuss the watermarks, post there. The Ice Cream Man for 10 says, Key's H was a good poster and presumably a good man or woman or something else of his choosing. Press F in chat. Press F for Key's H. He'll come back one day. He's still out there. Thank you. David Lammy for 1 says, come to England. No. Lalanthia for 10 says, thanks, Josh. Ham Jam. Orthodox emoji. Can you show chat the cross I showed you on X if you want? I would have to pull it up. The guy is a silversmith, and he sent a picture of a silver necklace cross that he had made. And it was actually quite ornate and very well done. Thank you. Haramburger for 2 says, is your body looking as good as your office space? Drop the pizza crust and pick up the kettlebell fatty. Otherwise, this was your most quotable show. Good job. Thank you. Spingle Cat for 2 says, the no king shit was gay as fuck. And then there is a Reddit lies post. And this appears to be a Star Wars LARPer in person. No kings don't make GI robot question if you're a Nazi or not. Is that a reference to Dustborn? That looks like the robot from fucking Dustborn. If you're making references to Dustborn, your fucking movement's dead. Always Mr. No for 2 says, somebody should ask Ralph when he comes on Jim's grave if it's going to be thinking of Josh's penis. I don't think I want the answer to that. Hyper Ninja for 4 says, did you hear about Johnny Redcorn's VA catching a bullet mid-fight with a literal neighbor at the beginning of the month? Great stream, thank you. I did. For some reason, I didn't cue that up. It was a weird story. Basically, John Redcorn from King of the Hill was shot dead. And as it turns out, he was married to a tranny, a pooner. And the pooner tried to say that this was like racial violence or homophobic violence. And it was like a black guy. So it was really weird. A really weird story. Pancake Luchador for 5 says, Matthew 7:3 says, why do you look at a speck of sawdust in your brother's eye and pay no attention to the plank in your own eye? Maybe Cog should worry about himself first. I agree. I think Cog should probably look inwards before criticizing Ethan Ralph. Red Eyes Black Dragon for 2 says, just a reminder that ghost politics is a colossal brony. So I've heard. Spingle Cat for 10 says, happy Juneteenth, Nigas. And there's a cat box.
Hey, chat, come on.
Oh.
Hey, chat, come on down to Detroit Dodge. If you buy a Hellcat this month, you get a Shiesty mask and a bucket of KFC, but come quick. Demand is high.
I guess there's a...
Hey, chat, come on down to Detroit Dodge. If you buy a Hellcat this month...
I guess I've never even heard of a Dodge Hellcat. I know there's a Challenger and the Charger, right? Is a Hellcat like a third? Fun fact, my uncle once, I think he bought a Dodge Challenger. And my mom and I, this was like many years ago, but I was like a teenager still. We drove up and he had this Dodge Challenger. And my mom says, did you get a new car? I said, yes. He's like, did you know that the Challenger is a black people car? And he looked so disappointed. And he's like, yes, I've been told that. We say drug dealer car up here, not black people car. And then he immediately sold that. This is a true story. Okay. Okay, next. My hamster's a turf for 1 says, guy on Tinder taught me what Mississippi wind chime is. Green flag. I have no fucking idea what that is. Sorry. Coley Dante for 20 says, watching a Kurzgesagt video about Korea's aging population recently, and I was waiting for him to suggest importing Infinity apes. Almost fell out of my chair in shock when he said that it was a bad idea. I've watched a couple Kurzgesagt videos, and they're quite good. I would actually, if you've never seen one, or if you're just bored and want some YouTube slop, watch his video on fentanyl. It's really interesting. And it's a very effective anti-drug PSA, I think. Thank you. Barilla Furman for 2 says, nothing. Thank you. Haramburger for 2 says, don't lie. You banned keys and didn't like cats. Probably blame the DM chains on them. You stink. Apologize and get a life. No. Citrus Addict for one says, for clarification, the kitten we rescued is down in her forever home that's for pet sakes rescue coordinated with us to get her to. She's happily spurging in a pile of blankets daily. And Citrus Addict for one says, Taco Gibberish Super Chat translation, if you can read this, get out of my country. Based. Niggas for 3 says, I saw No Kings protest and there was a faggot flying a non-binary flag. Gay shit I've ever seen. That's pretty fucking gay. Awaken 34 for 2 says, a suggestion, the way I find time to watch shows is while I'm at my computer gaming for me, but in your case work, it's a pretty good way to go through shows like The Wire. I just listen to music. If I played a show, I would be distracted by it. Haramburger for 2 says, were you ever chat enough to get an Abby Whip Fat Boy? I don't know what that is. Sneedo for 1 says, Josh is going to buy this Switch. Buy this watch, and then it's an Old Bay watch. No, I do not need an Old Bay watch, bro. Rosax Bill for 2 says, do you listen to Night Owl's X Space? I saw that you followed Nightmare Vision on Twitter. No, I did not. Sorry. Space Allen for $50 says, thank you for fixing Ham Jam. You're welcome. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. I did it for you, buddy. I did it for you. Awaken 34 for 1 says, I sound drunk because I use text-to-speech and I talk fast. Well, slow down. Citrus Addict for 1 says, Fatty Catty, the incel Jew, used a Discord bot to notify him if other female users posted so he could harass us after we refused to watch him nudes. That's funny. Sneedo for 10 says, YouTube link. Okay, let's see.
Boy, you can't do this on concrete. Oh, shit.
Ow.
Boy, you can't do this on concrete.
Ow. What's the appropriate reaction? Ow, shit. Okay. Sneedo for 1 says, the Hellcat is a trim of the Charger and Challenger with the 707 horsepower engine. Neighbors love them to run from the cops. Good luck with that. Hyper Ninja for 1 says, I think a Mississippi wind chime is something you hang from a tree. Oh, I see. That makes more sense. Thank you. Very informative. And Munker Housing for 3 says, check out Kurt's exact video on great filter in Fermi paradox. What's your favorite solution to the Fermi paradox? I forgot what that is. Is the Fermi paradox the one about cancer? I think if it's the one about the cancer, I've watched that, and that is a great video. I'm gonna assume it's the one about the cancer because that's the only one I can think of. I think that it's not that big animals have better immune system. I think that it's a meta cancer thing. I think that the cancer gets cancer because it's unstable and it dies out. And the same way, talk about metaparasites. We got metaparasite cog. That is a leech upon a leech upon a leech upon a leech. I think that the cancer also gets cancer. And I observe this in my real reality, by the way. The Kiwi farms frequently get splinters, right? Where people who are disgruntled at me make their own sites and they see about me off site forever. But these sites also get their own splinters and then they dox each other. And I never have to do anything or think about it or care about it. And I've always related this to a meta cancer. The Kiwi Farms the Kiwi Farms is a big whale, right? And gets cancer, and then that cancer gets cancer. And I see it happen in real life, so I think that's the answer. That's why whales don't get cancer. Oh, it's about aliens from space? Okay, I do know that one. It's the one where it's like, why haven't we encountered aliens? And it must be that either it doesn't exist, or they're just watching us, or they should have contacted us by now, or something like that. I don't know. I don't really care. See, that's the cancer paradox is much more interesting to me because cancer is real and I care about it. Where it's just like, I don't know. I don't give a shit. Unless the aliens are going to get rid of all the fucking Indians and Mexicans in my country, I don't give a shit about them. Okay, I'm a very one-track mind kind of person. If the aliens are going to get rid of the fucking Jeets, then I give a shit. If they're just going to sit up there in a fucking spaceship and watch us, I don't give a fuck. But if we're going to start talking about getting rid of the Jeets, then we can talk to the aliens. And I'll start giving a fuck about why they're not contacting us. I don't know. I'll give the most I'll give the least satisfying answer. It's because we were created in God's image and there are no aliens because we're divine sparks. Okay, there you go. There's no paradox. There's nothing out there but space dust and sadness shit. Humble Guardsman for 1 says the crab shacks are full of anime. Please help. Okay. And Awaken 34 for 1 says the Fermi paradox about the idea that we're all left in the game universe. Okay, I covered this. Okay. Why can I not get rid of the thing though? Okay, the overlay is like broken, I think. I cannot get rid of it. If I clicked on this. There we go. There we go. Now it's gone. Okay. Chat. That's it. I'm done. I found this song. If you're wondering, this is a very weird song. I guess it fits for Pride Month. I found this song while looking through old videos, like 14-plus-year-old videos that I had on my old YouTube like list. I think I might have played it on stream once before, but I don't give a shit. It's a really funny song. It was definitely ahead of its time. I'll phrase it like that. And I'll see you guys next Friday or whenever I stream again. I'll let you know. Probably next Friday. Take it easy. Have a nice week. Bye-bye.
I have Philadelphia, yes. Sort of, kind of. What do you mean by pepperoni? Like big ones? Like the areola's big? Oh my god, the pizza! Oh my god! Oh my god!